including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 3 concept reviews and 1 study session item. The public may attend tonight's meeting and future council meetings in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment on the concept review items only, either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note that if you're calling in for public comment on a concept review item and would like to speak on more than one concept review item, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item, and the individuals attending in person will speak first. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue will have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 participants have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1.5 minutes to speak. Again, if joining virtually for public comment, that number to call is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you're in the queue for comments. If joining in person, we'll ask you to come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record. Our first concept review item this evening is a proposal from Macerich for mixed-use redevelopment as part of the Flatiron Crossing development, specifically in the area of the southwest part of the mall. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept review plans. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We will then take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and finally, questions and comments from the council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the City Council and can be found by clicking the correspondence link at the bottom of tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It seems like we were just here. Good evening, community. A little more of an introduction than we generally do on the concept reviews, given that it is a really significant development for Broomfield. As we've been talking with council as we move through Metro Districts 101 and 201, financing 101, 201, 301, and then overall development. This is the key to our southern border. As you all know, we've been through the package for baseline, which was green new development, working on Broomfield Town Square, which will be infill. We've also had an infill project that really layered on a lot of other components with Dillon Point. Macerich has been they've been phenomenal to work with. And I don't say that as a compliment, I say that more as a fact from a structural perspective of meeting timelines, ensuring that staff had the information on a timely basis, and thus we're seeing Flatirons before we're seeing Broomfield Town Square. The complexities that come with a redevelopment projects are unique to Broomfield, given that the infrastructure is nearing life's end with regards to the mall. We all know that with COVID, retail looks completely different and will forever look different. Combine that with staged housing, it's complicated enough for the acreage that we're talking about now. Add to that the bonds and financial packages that were initiated originally when we did the mall, and then refinanced in 2012. So as council knows, we're walking through those bond refinance conversations in the upcoming weeks and months. This is one of those conversations that because of the bond refinance, the layering from the bond that is there now is something that staff, city council, and our developers will have to accommodate and work around, if you will. So again, it's not a greenfield development like Baseline. We're having to really have the complexities of what is in existence there. So you will see tonight, Lynn Merwin, our senior planner, and Jeff Romine will be tag teaming as we move through the staff presentations. Once the developers move through the presentations, then we can talk about some of those highlights that they are not meeting the inclusionary housing ordinance, nor the public land dedication. The reason I say that up front, again, when we look at our development matrix of our 34 square miles, from the perception and the perspective of where the affordable housing is, where our trail connections are, and the application project by project of that inclusionary housing ordinance. The complexities that come with the Flatiron redevelopment gives us pause in that applying when you already have that base that we have to figure out with the prior financing that's going to have to be absorbed. So it's a little different conversation tonight, a little deeper than your typical concept review. And with that, I'd like to ask Lynn and Jeff Romine. This is another product of the Matrix team. Council will remember about 9 months ago, we put a Matrix team into place rather than having the siloed approach and having projects move from department to department. Lynn and Jeff lead our Matrix team that has the components between legal, finance, planning, engineering, and economic vitality so that we can bring to council a comprehensive overview. Ms. Merwin.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Next slide, please. Macerich is our owner, applicant, and master developer this evening. They own the majority of the Flatiron Crossing property. They've submitted the Flatiron Crossing redevelopment concept plan for preliminary consideration in anticipation of future formal development applications. The redevelopment is intended as a major reinvestment in underutilized portions of the mall site, so think the surface parking, to reinvent the mall in response to market changes over time. They do not intend to remove the core mall area, and indeed have indicated that they anticipate the existing portions of the village, such as the AMC Theater, Red Robin, P.F. Chang's, and other existing retail would remain. The proposal generally is for a mix of uses, which I'll describe in a little more detail, but you can get just a bit there. In 2019, Council did consider a prior concept review for very similar mixed-use development, but that proposal did not move forward at that time. Macerich has since been working with staff over the past several months to address comments raised during the prior concept review, in particularly with regard to affordable housing and the public land dedication. Next slide, please. So the property is located southwest of US 36 in Interlochen Loop. We have a video this evening. The video begins looking south, pans across the AMC and some of the existing retail. We can see the access drive through the property and newer parking, which was installed when some of the village was removed. Panning to the north, we see the core mall area. Macy's on the west, we can see some bar park in the distance. Panning to the west, we see multifamily housing in the town of Superior. And panning back around to the south, we see mixed use in the mid-cities or Main Street development to the south. Thank you. Next slide, please. When you get back to the presentation. So the property is zoned PUD for regional commercial development. And this map shows the project location within a portion of our comprehensive plan land use map. The designation for the property is regional commercial, and the proposal is consistent with that. And part of regional commercial does allow residential development. This is our most flexible designation in our comp plan. So that's a plus for this property. Next slide, please. So here we get into the summary of the proposal. Macerich owns over 50 properties in 16 states. Sorry, a little background. Their market cap is over 3.7 billion. Flatirons is one of the top 3 performing retail mall centers in the metro area. Flatirons is opened in late 2000 with 1.4 million square feet. And it included the anchors of Dillard's, Macy's, the predecessor to Dick's Sporting Goods, an Apple store, and an AMC theater. And while there was no residential contemplated at the time the mall was originally built, the development did include an approximately 17-acre public land dedication for Borough Park. All the current parking is currently in surface parking lots, and they are specifically tied to development parcels and tenant leases. So they're not as flexible as they look, and the developer will speak to that a little more in their presentation. And Macerich has recently acquired the Nordstrom property on the north end, which they vacated, I think, around the time of COVID. Next slide, please. This map does show the southwest corner of the property, and this is where the initial development would occur in phases over time. Moving from west to east, the proposal depicts 550 to 800 multifamily residential units. Moving into the center in the green area, 24,000 to 54,000 square feet of retail, food and beverage, which is central to the development. This is where you find some of your public amenities. They'll also have kiosks, pop-up space, and it's very much the core area. And Macerich has some fabulous graphics that they'll share with you. Moving to the east, we see 225 to 375 square feet of potential commercial office space, and then a 5-story parking deck located when you come in off of West Flatiron Crossing Drive. And then there's a hotel on the south end of the site. And that's projected to somewhere around 1 to 200 rooms. And of course, phased infrastructure, which would precede all of that, but it's not quite as exciting to start off with that. Next slide, please. The applicant has provided conceptual building perspectives as part of their packet. They show multi-story buildings, as you can see, approximately 6 to 8 stories, which are estimated at 70 to 106 feet in height. It includes mixed use with shops and retail on the ground floor, and then residential and office above. Structured parking. You see a mix of materials and colors. So the applicant intends to establish design criteria for the buildings and ensure complementary design, creating a common look of materials, lighting, signage, and safety. The proposal anticipates a request to vary from certain design standards in the sub-area plan that applies for the area. That sub-area plan does date back to 1987, so that's not surprising given how development has changed over the years. These variations or detours from the plan may include a reduction in the private open area. But the big request here is going to be to increase the height up to 135 feet across the property. The sub-area plan does allow for heights up to that point, but as approved in development plans, so they would need to get that approved in their developments. Let's see, next slide, please. So as a reinvestment in an existing developed area, the applicant is proposing a comprehensive approach to addressing affordable housing and public lands. For affordable housing, they're proposing to provide 20% of the for-rent residential units on site at 80% of the area median income. And this is instead of a cash in lieu option or providing units at 60% of AMI, which are other alternatives required by code. Code does allow for even customized proposals, but they do need to be approved by ULaw through a formal agreement. They're proposing to satisfy the PLD obligation with a unique combination of public and private amenities, which are anticipated to include dedication of public access easements, as opposed to a straight public land dedication. They're also proposing a credit for a portion of the prior Borough Park dedication associated with the original commercial development, and a waiver of the cash in lieu fee. And based on very preliminary calculations of that cash in lieu fee and how they would meet their PLD obligation. And there are a lot of factors that could vary between now and then. But the preliminary estimate is $756,000, a waiver of that fee. So these numbers would very much need to be verified through the formal review process. The applicant has presented their conceptual proposals to the applicable advisory committees, including the Housing Advisory Committee, Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee, and the Public Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services Advisory Committee. They generally expressed an understanding and appreciation of the importance of the project to the economic health of Broomfield, and they've all provided some preliminary feedback, and we will continue to work with them. And at that, I will introduce Jeff, and then I will be back quickly at the end.
Thank you, Lynn. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and City Manager Hoffman. I'm Jeff Romine. I'm the Director of Development Finance. And so as part of the team that Jennifer talked about, we've been reviewing and working with Macerich on this proposal for quite a period of time. One of the core elements of this, again, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, is this is a redevelopment and reinvestment. This property has been operating in a financially successful manner and a market successful manner for over 20 years now. But at the same time, this will be being brought forward and thought about within that context. So unlike a normal concept review, we're providing a little bit of that background to just summarize it for you so you understand the context in which we've been working. So first off, next slide, please. We will be requesting a City Council executive session in August. On August 10th, I believe we'll be presenting or asking for that request. And then on the 17th, we hope to have that meeting to allow you to provide direction to us, the negotiators, on potential financial support from the city and county to facilitate this development. But as a bit of a background, which we'll go into in greater depth at a future date, but right now, in 2001, Broomfield's agreed to provide $81.3 million for the development of the original Flatirons Crossing property and development. That included both the village as well as the crossing mall. It was primarily provided to provide infrastructure and needed improvements for that. As you know, there's been a number of challenges that have occurred on that property since this point, including both some of the structure, the soil and structural issues, but also there was a preliminary redevelopment of the village that was undertaken, as well as when the Lord and Taylor portion of the property was closed. And so there was a couple of other steps forward as part of these agreements. Just as a quick summary, the debt obligation of sales and use tax in 2002, and then was refinanced as a bond also again in 2012A. So that was the project and the sales tax back bond that was discussed roughly a month ago. The current value of that obligation is $53.2 million and it's scheduled to be paid off in 2031. So that was the element that Manager Hoffman was pointing out, that there is some residual that's carrying forward as far as the financial and the relationships that exist. Just as a quick summary, and we'll go into this greater depth, both on the current facility, but also what the proposal is. But since 2001 to 2020, we've received roughly $250 million in sales tax revenues that have been generated by the tenants within this property area. And that is a ratio of roughly 3 to 1. So as you oftentimes think about incentives to outcome, that's a 3 to 1 return just on the sales tax portion. At the same time, both we, as well as other special districts, including Boulder Valley School District, have been receiving property taxes from this investment. As a sub note, I would just point out, because it is related to the public land dedication and some of the concepts and ideas that you might be thinking about with that reinvestment, is we've received, the Open Space and Park Development Fund has received $15.6 million of capital through that sales tax portion over the same period of time, and that's out of the $250 million. Next slide, please. As Manager Hoffman pointed out, this is part of the strategies around both catalytic development within the 3 projects, led by the Matrix team, John Hall being the coordinator of that team. But it's also about how we're thinking about development going forward and taking that more holistic and integrated approach. And I'll be noting a couple of those things as I go on to the next few slides, but this is just a reference This is a conversation that has been engaged between Manager Hoffman and the City Council for a number of months now. And so this is a continuation of that philosophy. Next slide, please. The benefits or the orientation approach has been to encourage this new and redevelopment opportunities to benefit the community as a whole, and to really focus on them not as a specific development, but to think about how they can influence and enact with or impact other developments. And this is true both for Arista, Interlochen, and Flatirons Marketplace, which are all within a very short distance of each other and truly connect in many different ways. This integration approach that we've been discussing over the last close to a year now is bringing housing, commercial, retail, dining all together in order to encourage that economic activity, but also to relate it to our investments in public spaces and other amenities. So that's really what the core philosophy has been, and it comes through in this proposal, as you'll hear in a number of places. Specifically within housing, we wanted to think about housing within the context not just of the development and redevelopment in this particular case, since it is new housing on the site, but to think about it holistically. The developer has proposed 20% of the units at 80% AMI, as Lynn has already pointed out. Well, within the short distance of this, within a 2 to 3 mile distance, there are 4 other projects that we just point out that collaborate, that integrate within this project and bring that kind of richness to it. And as you can see, it totals well over 1,000 housing units coming in, both market rate and affordable. Roughly 350 of them are affordable. And you'll see 2 of the projects that are 100% affordable, one on either side of US 36 and one down in Arista. And those are geared much more to the 60% AMI income range, which is roughly about $60,000 a year in median household income. So it gives you some sense. So this 80% level then is part of that connection. The other major redevelopment within this area is of course the Flatirons Marketplace, which is a separate and differently owned property, and they're bringing 890 units forward over 3 phases, and it's 134 of those units will be affordable, and you can see the characteristic of that. Next slide, please. Additionally, this project brings forward additional business activity. There'll be roughly $350 million of capital investment, of which roughly about $150 million or so will be on the commercial side. I do separate it, even though multifamily is a commercial property, I think of that as a residential property. So what you'll see is we expect that it will result in the commercial property that will be assessed and valued will be rising around $350 to $400 million from its current $200 million range. But more importantly, and this is really the key, not even the jobs, not even the investment, but quite frankly, the real key is creating this 18-hour place. And this has been a shared value, and this has been a real conversation of what we're trying to do in the Flatirons Crossing redevelopment and reinvestment, is to encourage and create that 18-hour place. Arista has that to some degree, but this will further and strengthen that relationship both with Arista and Interlochen and create a place that we'll be able to be very proud of and will become part of the economy going forward for the next 20 years. The final point I would just raise right here at this point is just to mention, real brief, is the long-range financial plan aspects. And we will get further into this in the coming months. But right now, because of both the property tax as well as the likely increase in sales tax, this project will do 2 things. One, it will sustain, we believe it will sustain the level of revenue that will be coming from the property as a whole, but it will actually enhance it with the additional investment and the additional activity coming in. We estimate, our preliminary estimations are that it will result in at least a $2 million additional revenue source for the city. So if you think about that $250 million we've been receiving from sales and use tax over the last 20 years, roughly $12.5 to $13 million a year, we anticipate this will grow that total revenue line up to about $15 to $16 million going forward. So that concludes the quick summary, and to give you that context, I'm going to turn it back over to Lynn to just talk about the final key issues. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So staff has identified two key issues with this conceptual proposal, not surprising, affordable housing and then the public land dedication. So both those are unique approaches to addressing those requirements, and they do not meet the true letter of the law with requirements. We'll continue to work with the applicant to address those committee comments and concerns through the formal development review process. Next slide, please. The applicant has met and in fact exceeded public notice requirements. They held their neighborhood meeting until June 23rd. Next steps for the proposal, as we've mentioned, we'll be requesting 2-on-2 meetings with council in July and August to review further details on the proposal. We'll be requesting an executive session in August for an August 17th meeting, and we will be bringing forward PUD amendment in the fall, probably in October. So that concludes the staff report. And I think the applicant's here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Merwin and Mr. Romine. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your brief presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jacob Knudsen, Assistant Vice President of Development with Macerich. We're excited to be here tonight to present our concept application for the village reinvestment. Do we have the PowerPoint?
Give me 1 second, it's coming up incorrectly on my screen.
Well, thanks, Lynn and Jeff, while we're waiting here. They had a great presentation. I'll attempt to follow it up.
Sorry, for some reason, it's only coming up on this screen. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is a site plan of the Flatiron Crossing Mall site. In white, you can see all of the Macerich owned property, and in gray are Macy's and Dillard's sites. Macy's and Dillard's own their own properties here. And that's important to note because when these malls were originally built, we partner with these anchor stores and enter into agreements with them to construct these large projects. So everything that we do here requires approval by our partners, which are Macy's and Dillard's and formerly Nordstrom before we reacquire that site. And that's important because a lot of people see these large mall sites and see these seas of parking. And the biggest issue we have is that our partners want these seas of parking. There's a handful of days a year that mall property is 100% full. So when we go to redevelop these sites, not only do we have to replace the parking that we displace, but we also have to add back structured parking to support the new items that we're building, which is very costly. Macerich is a public REIT, and being a public REIT, we're long-term owners of our assets. This is a core asset for us, so we're committed to the redevelopment and reinvestment of this property to keep it relevant. This property is also a significant tax producer for the city and county of Broomfield and anchors the retail corridor along Highway 36. As we all know, the retail landscape is changing. Department stores are declining as shopper habits change. Digital convenience is increasing and spending patterns are shifting to experiential. Reinvestment in this property is necessary in order to redefine the property and ensure its long-term success and preserve and grow its annual tax base. Next slide, please. In blue is the area that we're proposing for the 24.5 acre village reinvestment. So as mentioned, you can see the majority of it is underutilized parking areas, the former village that is historically underperformed and has had soils issues. And the mall will stay as is, and the AMC theater and surrounding retail outside the AMC will stay as is. Next slide, please. So as Lynn went through, this is our proposed reinvestment. This project will act as a pivot point to evolve the merchandise mix of the overall campus. The added density will drive traffic, drive frequency and time of day for visits, and ultimately drive overall sales. So this is a phased project that will require a PUD amendment, which we have submitted. This includes multifamily, office, retail and food and beverage, hotel, and outdoor community space. And we hope that it's followed by future phases of development in other unutilized parts of the property. Next slide, please. The future of Flatiron Crossing Mall, the creation of a mixed-use regional town center, true live, work, play, and shop opportunities, provide a walkable urban experience for the community, and supplements and enhances the city's largest tax contributor. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial perspective looking north of what we propose to build. So you can see in the foreground the existing AMC theater and the surrounding retail. And in the background, you can see the existing mall. From left to right, we have 2 phases of residential. In the middle is the new outdoor public amenity area. To the right of that is the first phase of office building and a parking garage. And then down in your bottom right, you can see a hotel. And then just off the page to the right, the second phase of office. Next slide, please. So this is a zoomed in perspective focusing on that central common area. We see this as a very active area to create moment zones to connect socially. We want to activate this area with events. We want people, both residents that are living here, residents in the community, customers that are inside the mall, customers that are at the AMC theater to come and experience and enjoy this space. There will be various moment zones starting from the mall property to connect the interior mall and the food court, bring people out to the central activated plaza area and down to the exterior of the AMC theater. Next slide, please. So community gathering place. Our impressive collection of the top retail destinations will act as a town square. Ongoing signature events will be held. Local community and charity support events and civic involvement and partnerships are planned. Next slide, please. So as Jeff mentioned, we want to get this property to an 18-hour day. The top half of the page shows today. So with our dining and shopping, limited hours, call it 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then in the evening, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. The bottom half of the slide shows the added mixed use and what it does the time of day for the property. Residential beginning in the morning, extending into hotel, office activity from 8 until 5 p.m. And then the hotel and residential picks back up in the evening. So really turning this into a true 24/7 destination for the community. Next slide, please. So this shows our proposed phasing. So phase 1 will include all of the horizontal infrastructure for both phases, and it will include the outdoor public plaza and placemaking in the center there. The 2 white buildings, so the one on the left is the first phase of multifamily, 250 to 350 units, and to the right is the first phase of office, 150 to 250,000 square feet of office. At grade level of both the multifamily building and the office building, as well as a couple of planned freestanding buildings, there will be retail and food and beverage, 25,000 to 45,000 square feet, and likely a portion of the garage will need to be built to support that phase 1. The second phase is shown in blue. On the left is the second phase multifamily building, 300 to 400 units. On the right, just off the page, you can see the corner there is the second phase of office, 75,000 to 125,000 square feet. The hotel will likely be 125 to 150 keys. And then we'll have to add additional parking on the parking garage to support phase 2. And then want to point out phase 2 timing is market driven. We hope that it comes as soon as possible, but the market will dictate when that comes online. Next slide, please. So our PUD amendment that we have submitted, this will come to council for a future approval. Just wanted to hit this real quick so you're aware. Existing land uses vary by tract. We are asking that the approved land uses noted be approved for all tracts: retail, shopping center, office, hotel, residential, parking, open area, and detention. A maximum building heights on 40 feet, except for tract 7 is 80 feet with up to 135 feet with city approval. We're asking for 135 feet across the entire property. Residential density not applicable today. We're asking for 85 dwelling units per acre. Required open area existing is 25%. We're asking to propose 15% inclusive of any land proposed to be part of the PLD. Our phasing will be completed over time in multiple phases, and then we will be proposing a shared parking lot on this purpose. Next slide, please. So getting into the affordable housing. So phase 1, as mentioned, we're estimating 300 units, and phase 2 is 350 units. We have been working with staff extensively for over 10 months now, and we understand and agree with the importance of affordable housing. So in partnership with the city, we intend to deliver on that. Next slide, please. So our proposal is 20% of the affordable units at 80% AMI. So with phase one being 300 units, 60 would be at 80% AMI, and phase two at 350 units, 20% would be 70 at 80% AMI, for a total of 130 affordable units. On the right, we've noted our proposed mix and rents. Again, this is very preliminary. I do want to note that as we go through this process, we will be bringing on a residential joint venture partner and an office joint venture partner. And at that time, when we come back in the SDP phase of approvals, we'll have more detailed information and be able to nail down exactly what we're doing. But our preliminary underwriting, this is what we're showing. Next slide, please. So getting into the public land dedication, this is a unique redevelopment with existing infrastructure, which has been noted before. We want to create a mixed-use city square with public amenities for residents and visitors, and private amenities for the residents that live here. We want to integrate it closely into an urban character, and we know that pedestrian bike trails, outdoor space, community space is very important to the community. Next slide, please. So the PLD obligation calculation is shown on the left. It equates to a 1.7 acre approximate obligation and a $1.4 million cash in payment. What we are proposing is shown on the right. So we're proposing a 2.5 acre new public park with public access easement. This is the main plaza area within the core of the reinvestment area. A 2.1 acre new public park and dog park with a public access easement. This is on the northwest corner, just outside of the former Nordstrom building. A 1.6 acre existing public area with public access easement. This is outside of the existing AMC. 2.9 acre existing public area with public access easement. This is outside of Dick's Sporting Goods. And then we are accounting for a 5 acre partial credit for the prior Barra Park dedication. Total public area credit is 14.1 acres. We also have about 20,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet in each of the residential buildings that will be private amenities within the 2 units of multifamily. That will include things like fitness, dog park, outdoor plaza space, common area pools. And then we are proposing the cash in lieu to be waived. Next slide, please. This is just a quick map that hits on all the places that I noted. So primarily I point out number one, obviously, is the plaza area, the common area, and then number 7 up on the top left, outside of Nordstrom, is the new dog park area that we're proposing to create. Next slide, please. Just a quick shot of the existing outdoor spaces. So again, on the left, that's the new dog park area that we're proposing. Shows Barra Park, and then outside of Dick's Sporting Goods, the existing outdoor plaza there. Next slide, please. So this is a map of our site that shows the existing site connectivity, both bike and pedestrian, as well as the new connectivity that will be within this project. I will note, if on a pedestrian level, we have a focus on creating and engaging on an interactive human scale. This is both based on the architecture with the buildings we'll create, but also the amenities and the investment that we'll put into the outdoor public space and parks. On a bicycle level, we want to increase the ease of access to and around the site with a focus on adjacency and connectivity to the existing trails and the surrounding property. And then on the vehicular side, ease of access to all of our amenities while allowing for maximum user interaction and pedestrian safety. Next slide. I won't go line by line. I think Lynn hit most of this, but this is an outline of the process, what we've completed to date, and what we have coming up, ending with our site development plan submittals for the various phases. And with that, I appreciate your time and look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on this proposal?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Jennifer Mickelson from the Land Use Review Commission. In looking at this proposal, I actually feel like the land dedication, the land that is being set aside for public use, still seems small. I'm concerned about the size of the public plaza, and that if the people who live in the residential areas that surround it, and the people come down from the work in the office buildings, come down to use that, in addition to the people who come in from, like myself, go to shop at the mall, go have a meal, that I don't know that that's enough room. I want to believe that it is, but I just can't get that feeling from the slides. So I do worry about whether or not, also the housing units have decent outdoor recreation space that's in decent vicinity. I understand the dog park and that recreational space that's, all the way up to the north corner of the lot of the property. It just seems a little far if you were taking your children out for a run or to play. I was kind of curious from a council perspective and from Manager Hopkins' perspective, if land was already dedicated in the original development, the Frank Vara, does that actually accommodate the entire property, or does it only accommodate what was built at that time?
That's a great question, Ms. Mickelson, and I'm gonna have Anna Bertanzetti. She's not looking like she is confident with the answer, however.
Yes, she is. Thank you. Not a lack of confidence, just wasn't sure if you wanted me to answer it now or later, but I'm happy to do that now.
Thank you.
So Anna Bertanzetti, Planning Director. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We have done this in the past where development, specifically in Interlochen, where there were dedications that occurred and some significant parks were built with the commercial development. And then later we had residential come forward and we provided a 50% credit for the previously dedicated park space because it is available to those who are using the commercial as well as the future residential users. So we have done it in the past, just wanted to mention that.
And could you give council and Ms. Mickelson an example?
So one of the examples for the prior dedication was Central Park. I believe there's Central, West, and East Park in Interlochen, and all of those are available for public use. There's also extensive trails throughout Interlochen, and they provided easements for the use of those public trails, even though some of those are owned by the Metro District Providing Owners Association. So similar to the circumstance with what is proposed this evening, where there are public access easements proposed for a part of the public land dedication. We also have that circumstance at Baseline, where because the Metro District would like to control and help to facilitate things like farmers markets or control special events within their commercial areas, they didn't want to dedicate the land, but wanted to provide public access easements to help facilitate their future planning for special events. Very similar to the mall, where the land is not proposed for dedication, but it would have public access easements and can be available for public use. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I know that sounds, I brought up two different issues. One is I don't think there's enough open space for the people that are gonna live there. And I don't know that the plaza is big enough for the people that are going to socialize there. But I'm also concerned and was curious about, land dedication for a piece of property. So I don't wanna, harm the applicant, but I also want to understand and provide input on what I think is important for residential areas. Let me see what else I have on my list. I would like to see more of an open space area around those apartments. I do recognize that they have that interior that has like the pools, but I know my son lives in a building much like that. If you live in one of the apartments that's down near the bottom, your access to sunlight is pretty limited. So you need to be able to get out. I think I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nicholson. Are there any other boards and commissions members who would like to comment on this proposal? Seeing none. Public comments are next. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or via phone. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium and public comment will be limited to the time limits outlined earlier. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, and I don't see any online. Does the applicant have any final comments before we move on to council member questions?
I'll just quickly acknowledge the last questions there and just wanted to say that we understand that we're asking council to think differently because of the unique complexities with this project, especially as it relates to the public land dedication. The way we thought about it when we were looking at the site plan is within a 10-minute walk from these residential buildings, what land can we utilize as park space? And on that graphic, there was in the presentation that 14.1 acres is all within a 10-minute walk. And so we feel that it's a significant amount of land on the site to be dedicating, and we think that it'll be so the community will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Lindstedt?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. First, I'll start by just saying how excited I am to see a redevelopment proposal coming forward. I have a couple questions. To start, I was talking to a former member of this body who was pretty important in the original development. And they were telling me the biggest mistake that they thought they made in that process was not including a large percentage of housing units. And I saw on the slide that the long-range financial plan estimates were 15 years, even with the addition of all this housing. I was just wondering, that seems a little short to me. So I don't know if staff or someone from the development team could just shed some light on that time frame.
Mayor Pro Tem, council member. The reason for the 15-year is we wanted to link it to the long-range financial plan, link it to what I would call market life. As you know, shopping centers have a particular life span, as do malls and other things. And so oftentimes you think about them as having a 20 to 25-year life without a reinvestment. The thought here was to maintain and match up whatever investment may go forward to that economic useful life. That is not the useful life of the actual buildings. The residential will last much longer, obviously, but we also want to recognize the incredible changing retail environment that is occurring right now, and we anticipate that will continue at some degree. Perhaps not at the rate we've seen of change over the last 2 years, but going forward, we do expect continued change. So that's the reason for the useful life comment within the long-range financial plan.
Councilmember Lindstedt, if I just may add, so that's part of from the conversations that staff has been having when we're taking a comprehensive view, that it's a modeling dynamic. So it's not anything that's going to sit on the shelf and then we're going to pull it off and look at it. So rather than, again, as Jeff had indicated, taking that conservative approach, rather than doing the 20 years, given the fluidity of the market, we thought 15 years would be much more amenable to be able to be adaptive.
Understood. I mean, I would just hope that, with that many people living within walking distance, it would be longer than that. But who knows? I mean, that's just a detail. Overall, I mean, I think you can definitely get me there with the housing variance and the dedication, just because of the complexities and the cost of a redevelopment project of this scale. I definitely need to see some further details, but I think the plan's good and makes sense. And I think we're correcting some mistakes from the early 2000s that could add some lifespan and longevity to the development and bring some nightlife to the area that it desperately needs. So I'm really excited. I mean, it's a big endeavor, and I think that we're going to be spending a lot of time over the next year talking about it and really getting into the weeds. But I'm grateful for all the work that's come forward, and I look forward to seeing a redevelopment proposal come forward. So that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. I will echo what Councilmember Lindstedt said about I'm very excited to see this coming forward. And I certainly do understand the 15-year timeframe. Retail, it feels like has an expiration date that's getting shorter and shorter all the time. So I understand that. Having said that, I'm having some angst over the public land dedication discussion here. So, Anna, if I understood what you just said, and if I understood the whole presentation, do I understand? I'll phrase it as a question, that the rationale for using the existing public lands as part of the computation, part of the rationale is kind of that we're doing this change of use thing out on this site, whereas before it was really all commercial. And the public land dedication discussion really wasn't a part of that by our code. Now we're looking at having residential, and so that's why it's kind of okay to go back and count that existing space as part of the public land dedication calculations. Am I summarizing the staff's thoughts correctly?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think that's a really great summary. I'll add a little bit to it in that this developer had already dedicated the specific property and made improvements to it. And so that significant investment has already been made when it wasn't required for the development as part of a commercial development. So allowing for the significant investment that was previously made to now be partially credited towards what is now a newer requirement that wasn't applicable before, felt that it was appropriate, especially since we had previously done something very similar at the Interlochen site, where there were prior significant investments into the landscaping and the public amenities, and it felt appropriate, council determined at that time, to allow for partial credits, and that's how we brought in residential into Interlochen to help support that area.
I appreciate that very much, and thank you for that. Having said that, the amount, can we have back on the screen the overall map of the green space and the proposed green spaces? I don't even know what page that was. That's really, let's see, whatever you can put up. I think that there is a large difference between Central Park and East Park and the parks in Interlochen. They're large spaces. I've gone out there many times actually, and walked or had meetings or whatnot, and those feel like they're on a completely different scale than these here that are being proposed. This is kind of a micro scale. So I agree with our land use commissioner. This just does not feel like enough green space to me for a residential development. It's great for the commercial end of things, but this just does not feel like enough green space to me for a residential development. And especially, as Mr. Romine talked about, with the changing shopping patterns. I mean, this is kind of an adventure in a brave new world, right? The post-COVID world. This is the first very large development / redevelopment to come before this body in our post-pandemic world. And I commend you all for trying to, polish up your crystal ball and see where we're going in the future. Having said that, I would think that some of the things that Broomfield would want to count on, some of the parts of your formula as you try and recreate that, are that the residential has to be sustainable more on its own without relying on the buzz of the retail here. And as Broomfield has found out, and as Broomfield has enumerated in our comprehensive plan and elsewhere, open space, green space, park space is an integral component of making people want to live in Broomfield. And I see that, and that's not enough. So to me, I'm okay with, I can get to the housing variance. As this stands, I can't get to the variance, what I see as the reduction in parks and open space and open areas to talk about here. And I would go back to the parking. And I know we had this discussion when y'all came to, I think it was PERSAC, the Parks and Rec. I forget which committee I'm on, but yeah, we had that discussion about the parking, and I get that. But parking and driving are changing. And again, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know how fast or how, in exactly what manner. But I would very much encourage you to go back to the large anchors that you have and say, isn't there a way we can modify this to make everybody happy? Because I was gonna say a boatload of parking, but that's a really stupid phrase, isn't it? It's like carload of parking. I don't know, you get my point. So that's my biggest issue with what you're presenting right now, is there's not enough. What you have up there is great in terms of open space, open lands for a commercial development, but if we're gonna have people live there, Broomfield has a higher standard, and that isn't just a random standard. We didn't pull it out of anywhere. It's a long-standing fundamental Broomfield value. So, my other caution, since I will not be on council when you wait there to get final approval, is the phasing. I would just say to my colleagues who are going to be on council, hold them to the phasing, hold their feet to the fire. Don't let them come in. Not that they would, but everybody else does. They all come in and say, this is what we're going to do. And then they come back and say, really can't do that. That's not going to work. It's not going to perform anymore. Market conditions have changed. But if it's integral to what Broomfield needs, hold their feet to the fire. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom.
Certainly, and I'll add to the sentiments. This is a great project for Brookfield, and I'm really excited to see it. So I'll just start with my last comment and add it to the beginning, since it kind of picks up where Councilmember Law Evans dropped off. And maybe something similar to an outdoor or an indoor play center, similar to the outlet mall has. I mean, that's a huge hit. I think that would be a great trade for a park center, an additive like that. I guess my concern with the outdoor areas is the one theme throughout Broomfield is to make sure kids have a place to go, have an open space to play, have a swing to play on. And it doesn't really look like, if you get all of those residents filled in those apartments, that they've got a place to go. So that's kind of what we're looking for, is where do they go play? And then I just gotta ask this. We've torn down a lot of buildings up there because of the soils. How do you fix that problem? I mean, I know there's a really lot of smart people in this world, but millions of dollars worth of property has been torn down because we couldn't figure out how to stabilize it. So what's the answer to the soil issue? Anybody, like, maybe, I don't. Like caissons to the middle of the earth?
I'm happy to answer that. I'm Shelby Maynard with Tinley Horn. I do not live in Brookfield.
It's all right.
Wonderful question. We've had a geotechnical engineer evaluate the property, I think back in 2018 and 19, to check out the soils. We all know the soils here are challenging. So one of the options that we did come up with was a crawl space, slab on grade, a handful of different options that we are evaluating. We are very well aware of the concerns. And obviously we want these structures to have the life that helps everybody in the community.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, I guess it's up to you guys. I mean, I can see multi-million dollars of property sitting on a problem. And we've gone through that before, right? So I hope that is answered somehow, some way in your engineering wonders. So just want to make sure that that's in the forefront.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yes, Scott Nelson, I partner with Jacob on the development side for Macerich. We've unfortunately learned the hard way on soils. I think the village was closer to 200,000 feet at one point in time when it was first developed. And obviously over time, those structures have become obsolete because of the challenge with the expansive soil. So in the fact that between ourselves and our potential joint venture partners, as we think about these mix of uses and $300 to $400 million of investment, if we can't come up with a structural solution to challenge those soils, we might not be able to do the project. So we are very aware of that, and we believe there's solutions out there. It's interesting. The mall is built with crawl spaces underneath it, right? So there are caissons, so you can go under Macy's, you can go under the former Lord & Taylor building, you can go under Nordstrom, and you can see where we once had 4 feet, you have heaving, right? So the village was actually done with some sort of kind of just limestone topping. I joined right after Flatiron was delivered. So I don't know exactly what went into that decision, the discrepancy between the mall and the village, but it's something we have to deal with, and we believe there are structural solutions to do that.
Good. Thank you. Well, I'm hoping we can make that land usable despite that. And then some lessons learned in Broomfield regarding parking structures. Can you tell me the ownership of the parking structure as well as parking maintenance, multi-year maintenance? Anything to do with the parking structure at all?
As of right now, that's not being contemplated. It would be owned by Macerich, and as the master developer, we would make sure that the appropriate balance of parking and usable square footage is taken into account, right? The one thing we like about the mix of uses that we're proposing, on top of we think it extends the day and kind of creates that 24/7 or the 18-hour day that Mr. Romine spoke of, is that there is, forgetting the residential for a second, which generally has to self-park within its own development. We love the office and how it integrates with what we believe is going to be a heavy food and beverage and entertainment district, so to speak. So we love it when the office can be using that parking during the day, and then on nights and weekends when that retail and the F&B is hopefully humming, that parking can be then accessed by those users. So.
Okay. Then my next 2 questions might be for you too. So we've already done the concept, the outside concept, the beer restaurants or that type of thing, and it didn't really work out. What has changed in this area where you guys think that is a prime time to rebuild that business concept and reinvest?
I don't think we would propose the F&B entertainment merchandising mix that we are if it didn't come along with a mix of uses. As we've talked to restaurateurs and entertainment users throughout the last better part of a decade, there's no there at Flatiron Crossing, right? There's no reason to dwell. There's no excitement, and there really, other than maybe when it was brand new and there was kind of that newness factor. I think in the 20 years that I've been at Macerich and watched and seen that mall, it never functioned as we wanted it to. And when you talk to the end users and you try to figure out a way, hey, what can we do here that would make this a compelling venture for you? It's about mixed use. It's about 24/7 activity. It's about a mix of uses, right? So that office user might have a breakfast meeting at the breakfast joint, might have a happy hour at the restaurant, might go to the restaurant for lunch. And as much as we'd like to lean on the interlocking for kind of those office users coming over, quite honestly, I don't think we've delivered on that merchandising mix that's attracting them over, right? So we hope to elevate that program and that merchandising mix along with the other mix of uses.
Good to know, because I did live through that era of the mall where, yeah, the new excitement came and then we were all sitting there going, it's not being used, and then it kind of flopped. So hopefully this will work out this time. Which I'm sure you can be investing this kind of money if you didn't already figure that business plan out. And then my next questions are in regards to affordable housing. And I think you'd already presented a slide on it, but I wasn't fast enough to write the numbers down. How many number of units in phase one? I think I saw 60, just to confirm. And do you know the dollar amount in lieu of, and maybe staff could help, of those 60?
So I think I looked at the full 600 units and 120 affordable units, and I assumed one bedrooms just for simplicity. $27,000 each would be $3.2 million. So somewhere on the order of $3 million, give or take, depending on the phasing. So maybe if it's half that, it would be, $1.5 million cash in lieu to start.
Cash in lieu, okay. And then another quick question, and I guess I'll go back to the parks, which I thought I wouldn't. The 10 acres that they're short, what's the cash in lieu for that?
So that preliminary calculation, again, it's based on a number of factors, but the current number is $756,000.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
I have to say, I've got a fantastic, wonderful, in my book, idea for an affordable housing concept that I will not be able to speak of tonight, but I will be talking to Mrs. Hoffman about that, which we kind of hit on it a couple months ago in one of our one-on-one discussions, to see how we bring it about into Broomfield. And I think it would be a great project for an opportunity for this development. So I'll see if I'm even allowed to present it, but I think it would be a great opportunity. So thank you for coming to Broomfield. Thank you for being in Broomfield, and thank you for redeveloping here. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. I was trying to think differently, and in looking at the review of public land development by the Parks and Recreation Commission, I took it that they were looking at things a little differently with this development, in the fact that they were willing to waive the cash in lieu, possibly in their considerations. It seemed to me in what I read in the packet that OSTAC was also willing to consider the situation, and I appreciated what they emphasized in their comments about the bike connections and the multimodal possibilities with this development. What would also make me more inclined to consider the public land development deficit would be whatever the developer decides to do with sustainability. So the staff said that they were working with the developer to talk about sustainable elements. And this is a great project. I mean, this is the direction we're trying to move in Broomfield, with getting the developer to incorporate sustainability in different ways. And this seems to me to be a premier place to do that. So that's my comment there. I would be interested in knowing the what type of retail and office space the developer thinks they will try to bring in to this area. Is this an area where they think that this is going to be
national chains, that are gonna wanna come in here? Or is this, we try to emphasize local retail. And certainly, we've talked about that extensively in the Broomfield Town Square proposals. And building height. Okay. Impact of 135-foot buildings on the view from Lacamora. Now, we've been down this path before about blocking views recently, and that's not, the ultimate determination, but it is, I would think it would be good if we could at least have the developer in the plans that might come forward, do some kind of mock so that we could see, from a distance, what does 135 feet do to the east from the eastern views? That would probably be helpful. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. I just have 3 comments or questions in 3 different areas. I wanted to echo, I think, Councilmember Evans and Councilmember Grimm's concerns in terms of the field, in terms of open space. I was on an open space committee when the concept review was there, and I do recall though much more emphasis on additional access to the land that was there already in terms of trails to lakes and water features that I don't think we saw in this concept review. So I think to Councilmember Grimm's point, there was considerable effort made to make more access to the existing open space, which I think was part of that, if I remember that correctly. But I do agree with Councilmember Evans in terms of the feel. Looking at this does remind me, I was recently trying to find an apartment for my daughter. We moved here to Fort Collins. And one apartment complex I looked at was called Cycle. And it is located between a big hotel and the Foothills Mall. And I remember pulling up and it was just concrete in all directions, practically, where it felt like that. And so I do think there's some reasonable to look at that and say, is there a way to break it up and bring in more greenery and bring in open space closer to this development. I think you mentioned everything's within a 10-minute walk. And by CDC standards and National Park Service, 10-minute walk is a half mile. So what we're really talking about is a half mile distance from these housing developments to the nearest open space. So I think that's something worth looking into as we go forward. And that 10-minute walk versus half mile distance also made me wonder who the apartments are being marketed to. I know you're trying to create a more entertainment focused area to draw people to the mall. Are we talking about young adults, or are we talking about families or older senior adults? And that would address to Councilmember Grimm's concerns of is there other play areas, other outdoor recreation, sufficient outdoor recreation space. It doesn't seem like if those people are sharing that central mall area with people from the offices and the theater and the mall area, there might not be space for residents. So that's one concern to address. And the last question, I just be curious in terms of, you mentioned that this is a unique development. And I'm curious if, since you have many other properties, has this been done before? Do you have experience in this area already? Are there other model projects where you've already started to make this transition, and either in process or have seen some success? That's my question.
So thank you very much for those questions. I want to hit on a couple of things. First, on just the overall public land dedication, and I'll ask Linda to correct me if I'm misquoting here, but per code, the requirement for the dedication, based on what we're delivering, is a 1.75 acre dedication and then a $1.4 million cash in lieu payment. I think that's correct. And what we're proposing is a 14.1 acre dedication, significantly over what's required by code, but then waiving the cash in lieu because of what we're delivering. So just wanted to make sure that we were clear on what's required by code and what we are delivering. A couple of notes here. So users of the apartments, we do see definitely young professionals, young couples. There will be a number of 2 bedrooms. There could be young families here as well, but that's the primary user. We do see this likely being significant food and beverage heavy, as the malls are changing and getting to experiential uses. This will be a lot of activation at the ground level of both the residential building and the office building, patios, people activating with inside of the spaces and out into the plaza area, both local and national. We do completely agree in all of our properties across the country. We do love to bring local chef-driven concepts. But there are national tenants that do a great job too, that we work with on a portfolio level that will give the opportunity to be here as well. And then as far as examples of other properties, the main one that comes to mind in our portfolio is Tyson's Corner Center, Virginia, which is a very large mixed-use property. It does have all the uses we're proposing here: office, hotel, restaurant, residential, anchored to a mall. Very successful. Scott, you want to?
Yeah. So, so the Tyson's Corner is in Northern Virginia, Fairfax County. I think it's about 2.1 million square feet, very highly productive. Certainly more so in I'll call it an urban core. Heavy transit oriented, heavy commercial, heavy pretty much everything. But the one thing that we were able to demonstrate in there, we have 430 residential units. We've got a 500,000 square foot office building, and we've got a 300 unit Hyatt or 300 key Hyatt Regency. And we did it all at the same time, surrounding a central plaza. And I would say it's probably one of our, best executions. I would say what's interesting, right, about retail and about regional retail is probably over the last 10 years, there's really been this push to how can they be more than just shopping destinations, right? How can they really be the town square or the town center for that given submarket or that given region? And quite honestly, that's what retailers are requesting of us as regional retail landlords. And, there's plenty of examples out there. I would say, at least we're looking at 20 redevelopments across our portfolio, and half, if not 75% of them are less about adding more retail because we have enough retail. It's about perfecting that retail, not about adding more square footage. It's about making each square foot more productive. And we believe the mix of uses is kind of those things that feed the golden goose. One thing I would tell you is if this reinvestment area and what we've shown here tonight in our concept plan was a greenfield site, we wouldn't be investing. The reason we're making this investment is because of what we believe is the golden goose, which is the mall, right? And we believe that the mall needs to change and continue to change. And we've seen how far regional malls have changed even in the last 3 years, right? And how it's consolidated and how where we used to have 6 department stores to buy for 4 spaces in a mall, we now maybe have 2 or 3 that are, reliable, valid contributors to the overall campus. So I would love to tell you, we would love to tell you that we have the perfect crystal ball and know what's to come. We can't. What we do know is that we can get out ahead of making meaningful, compelling reinvestment and try to stay out ahead of the curve and do what we think is right and what we think where we've seen success in other analogs, whether they're downtowns or whether they're little town squares. How do we learn from that? I would say that, we don't just put lines down on paper and then say, we hope this works. We're constantly talking to residential developers. We're constantly talking to our end users on a daily basis across the portfolio and asking them what makes certain projects special. And those are the things that we're trying to incorporate here. I would say that everything that we're doing here isn't necessarily going to be everybody's bailiwick, right? Somebody who chooses to live inside the ring road of the shopping center, they could be a unique situation. In fact, we have that. I mean, we've got centers down in Phoenix, right? Kierland Commons, maybe some of you have been there, Phoenix, Scottsdale area. One of the first kind of ground up developments that incorporated, serious retail, residential, office. It's a certain person that wants to live there, right? Not everybody wants to live where there's people having fun and drinking and being loud on a patio. We want that vibrancy, but not everybody wants that. And I think the beauty of it is in the ideal situation is that we create a differentiated offering that's not like the others, right? We don't want to be like the others, quite honestly. So I think we're trying to find that balance of kind of Broomfield, kind of the important policies that have grown along with and matured and evolved with the evolution of Broomfield as a city and a county, with what we believe is important to make a very compelling placemaking, all the cliches, right, that I won't even say. We think that we have to create something different to drive the ultimate outcome that ultimately allows all the ships to rise with the tide on Flatirons Crossing. And so it might not always be perfectly aligned with the goals in a black and white way, but we do think we have the ability to partner with the community and partner with the council to deliver an amazing project and accomplish a lot for that area. So I don't know if I answered any question. I think it speaks to, this is extremely important to us. I remember, working with Charles probably for the better in the last decade and a half. And, we talked about this and we talked about this and we said, how do we drive more better restaurants, more local, more energy? And, the timing just wasn't right. And obviously we were here, 2 years ago, it was all blending together in the pandemic, but and our plan hasn't really changed that much because we believe in it so much. It's really just been, it seems like there's an opportunity now to execute. And on another comment on kind of the feasibility and holding our feet to the fire, we have the utmost desire to deliver all of these phases. If we could flip a switch and have 600 units of residential and 350,000 square feet of office and hotel and all this here tomorrow, we would do it. Because we know how important that is, and that football is, and that energy and that activity. At the end of the day, we're market-driven developers, we're not speculative developers. So the goal of getting this concept plan, getting the PUD approved, is so that we have a level of certainty as to what it is that we can deliver. And so then we'll go partner with our joint venture partners on the multifamily side. On the office side and say, what's the right thing to do here? Is it flex space? Is it creative office space? Is it class A office space where we're going to land, a big corporate tenant that wants all the energy and the amenity and walkability of this campus? And then on the residential front, we have been talking to them about, who is the ultimate resident here, right? And it is going to be different than maybe somebody who wants to live in a single family home and have all that access to open space. The beauty of this project, I think, and the beauty of this campus is we have such close access to these major infrastructure elements that allow people to get to those large open spaces and those large unique things that you guys have delivered in the community. So I think we have a great set of infrastructure to make this good. I really do.
Thank you. Is that all, Councilmember Kelly? I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry.
Scott Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, you took the words right out of my mouth. That was great. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. Most of what I would want to say has already been said, so I just have a question and then a couple of comments on the parks and open spaces. The first one, I think this might be for the developer, maybe staff. We're talking about 6-story buildings. It looked like maybe one of them is 8-story buildings, but then we're talking about 135-foot variance, which is more like 12-story buildings. So just want to get a clarification on why we're asking for 135 feet and why across the whole entire area.
Yeah, so on our renderings that are shown, in the residential buildings are 5-story, it's around 80 feet. And the office buildings are shown 8-story, just over 100 feet. And really the flexibility goes to what Scott said, this is gonna be market driven. So we are gonna go find the residential partner and the office partner to help us execute. And there may be demand for more office, and there may be the ability to go taller and get more square footage there, and we want the flexibility to be able to do that.
Okay, so this may not actually be 135 feet tall, but.
But we think 135 is probably the cap, yeah, but what's shown in the rendering is just over 100.
Okay, and it may be helpful, I'm not sure, we can work with staff on it, if there's certain areas that will be taller. I know we did that in a recent development where only a portion of it was allowed to be taller. And that might ease some of the resident concerns, but that's kind of an ongoing conversation. Okay, thank you for that. And then regarding the parks and open spaces, I appreciate the concern about, I mean, we need access to sunlight and exercise. And I really think that, I agree that this seems like a small amount of open space in parks, but yet if you do this right and you put in the right features, I can see this working, just making sure that we're talking about young professionals and potentially young parents. And I'm thinking back to the years when I was raising my children. They need a safe place where they can kind of let their guard down, and those kids are not going to run into a parking lot, making sure they're secluded, making sure there's hammocks and little, chairs and places where you can study outside, or if you're working from home, get outside, because I can see that being really difficult when you don't have a ton of sunlight in your apartment, or if there's rooftop access. But I can see done well and done right that this can work, and it can be enough space with that access to the trails. So look forward to more development there. And I don't know if we mentioned this yet tonight, but dogs are really important. And so that ability to, the dog park is a little bit of a walk, but that ability to quickly take your dog outside, that has come up, I think, in every development that we've seen like this. So just keeping that in mind, that there will be people that need to have their dog go outside. And that was really it. I look forward to more information on the sustainability. I know we're not there yet, and I appreciate this discussion and look forward to more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gizer, Mayor Pro Tem Gizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, overall, I think this is a great project. Certainly, it's a much needed redevelopment and reimagining of the mall. So overall, I'm in favor of this. Don't have real major concerns with the housing and the public land dedication overall. I will reiterate, I liked the comments of Councilmember Lim, where incorporating some large sustainability portions into this project could go a long way to, I think, easing the pain of the shortfalls with the public land and the affordability. So I would really encourage you to look at that further. The one thing that does still strike me and has bothered me in the previous project was the use of the public easement though for the public land dedication, and that's something that I'm going to want a discussion on further in the future. I know that we first saw that about 6 months or a year ago with the project up in Baseline, and at that point I was kind of worried we were letting the cat out of the bag, and it appears we did. So I wasn't comfortable with it then, and I am not comfortable with it now. So that's something that's not a discussion for tonight, but something that I do want to have a discussion on in the future, whether or not we want to go that route. And beyond that, what was just brought up by the 135 foot, I'm not sure how I feel about that height. I mean, certainly what was proposed in the renderings looked fine to me. But as was pointed out, 135 feet is a lot higher than what you did show us. So I think it would be important to see if you went to the 135 feet, what would that actually look like? It may not be a big deal, but I think it was a good point that was brought up, and I think we need to have a better clarity as to what the potential is. If you utilize that full ability if it was given to you. Yeah, that's I think this looks good, and really probably the bigger conversation we're going to be having is the money one that's coming up down the line. That's going to be probably really a big deciding factor of where this goes. But I think this is a good start and, something that's definitely needed in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So we've seen a major return of 3-to-1, I think is what the council member said on our initial investment. And that is just one way in which this model has impacted our community. I definitely want to see this model continue to positively impact our community, attract the region's users to ensure it's continues to drive sales tax, property tax, and the liveliness of the area. You talked about expanding the current shopping from, I think it was like a 6-hour day or maybe 8-hour day or so. There's a chunk in the afternoon and then a chunk in the evening to more of an 18-hour day. And so I'm curious, with that increase in retail and dining sales, what would you expect, in terms of revenue that would be generated from that longer kind of 18-hour day experience there? So are we gonna, how much more are we gonna increase? Is it gonna be double, triple, based upon that numbers that were there before?
Mayor Pro Tem Councilmember Shaft. So we're working through that now, working with the developer to better understand exactly what the uses would be and some of those additional beverage, dining type of uses be coming in. Part of that 18-hour extension is both the office user as well as the lodging, and so it's that perhaps a fitness center, those types of things. So some of it won't translate necessarily into sales. Part of what we're trying to do is encourage the continued and the lengthening of the day within the Flatirons Crossing facility, also the mall itself. So we think that there will be at least a sustaining of the $13 million of annualized revenue that we've talked about in the past. And we think that it'll grow, but the question is how much, and that's what we're working through right now with as part of the financial analysis.
I appreciate that answer, and that's kind of what I was hoping, was that we were at least going to sustain the current level of revenue that we're seeing, because we don't want it to slip, and an increase would be a great thing, especially if we are making another investment. Another area I wanted to touch on was the affordable housing. So it sounds like that maybe the 60% is not amenable to the applicant, but I wonder if there could be more of a creative solution, looking at a mix of 40, 60, 80, 100% affordable housing there instead of just looking at the 80%. This is going to be a location which is going to have various type of residents that potentially will be working there at the mall, and serving a wider spectrum could be a good fit. So I wonder if there's more of a creative solution there if the 60% is not something that the applicant would be willing to do.
And again, let me take the first blush at this and perhaps turn it over to the Macerich, our Macerich friends to talk a little bit more deep. But part of this is we recognize that right now we're not in a conversation with the eventual vertical developer of housing. And so what we're trying to do is encourage and create the right environment in order to further that conversation. So right now we've gotten to the point of housing on site, which we think is critically important, and then also affordable housing on site. So getting to that 20%, 80% AMI. As far as going that next step forward, that may either be with Macerich as they begin to work with their eventual vertical housing developer, or us working independently with them directly. And so it is not a done conclusion yet, but we feel this is a really effective starting point and move the conversation much further along than what we had started from even 6 months ago, let alone 2 years ago. So I would say, and I would defer to Manager Hoffman if there's anything else you'd like to add, but this has been a very fluid conversation we've been having around housing and ensuring that the housing is at that site.
In fact, I think that was one of the first conversations that we had when we were very initially introduced with the new leadership team after Macerich has been, again, engaged with Broomfield and my predecessor for quite a period of time. So the getting to know each other was having those early and often conversations about affordable housing, access, sustainability, and the mix of housing. So they have both Scott in particular again, so the words that he just spoke, I know they need to translate. But from the initial understanding where we are and understanding what Broomfield stands for, East Rich, certainly from the, not just the conversations, but translating into those plans. I'm gonna have Scott come up, and so prepping him, we did a dry run that these questions would come up early at the concept review. How much wiggle room was available for affordable housing? And so less of what we didn't want to have happen, council and mayor, is to kind of have a negotiation, a series of negotiations during these concept reviews. So in other words, out front, say, this is where we can move and wiggle and adjust, and here's where we can't, based on the complexity of the finances and everything else. So what we don't want to do is walk down a path for a year and then get to the end of the year and not be able to pull the trigger. So Scott, come and share where you are, if you would please. On the bottom line with regards to the affordable housing piece and where, if any, there's room to wiggle.
Well, we started, our initial request was, quite honestly, no affordable housing, right? I think somebody mentioned, either on council or with staff, this is a very complex kind of financial equation, taking surface parking and converting surface parking to vertical development, and then ultimately having to replace a lot of that surface parking with expensive structured parking. On top of the fact of, establishing significant infrastructure, both in the form of utilities, streets, kind of what I'll call the master plan grid. And then what we hope and intend to do with the plaza area, which is, it's not just meant to be a green space, it's meant to be, high level finishes, materials, quality materials, something that can be both used on a day-to-day basis for the community and the campus residents. A lot of times I think, and we've done this before to our fault, we've designed things to the 30 days out of the year until, rather than the other, 9 to 10 months out of the year. And I think we need to do a better job of making sure that this is active, viable, meaningful, compelling for the day-to-day of not only the mall part of the campus, but obviously what we're talking about with the mixed use. So we started off certainly kind of hoping, I would say, for all market rate apartments, because that certainly helped our return on investment. And I would say the return on investment is pretty skinny. So
I must say that first conversation that he and I had was a short conversation. So I'm sure Scott was thinking, oh, geez, this is the new leadership in Brookfield. However, we move beyond that.
No, I think what we want to do is have, obviously a significant blend of the market rate and the affordable. We heard loud and clear from Jennifer and Jeff and the entire staff of how important of a goal that is to meet. And we wanted to kind of meet in the middle and attempt to make something work for all parties and work, quite honestly, for the pro forma. So, without negotiating against myself, I would say we feel like we've pushed the envelope on the 80-20. It doesn't mean that we can't work with our potential and future joint venture partners on the vertical development side to see what other solutions are out there. We're more than willing to talk about other creative solutions. We bantered about ideas in our what have basically become weekly, or if not every other week, meetings with staff. This is our first time seeing each other face to face in 18 months, so it's kind of surreal and nice to do that. But so we're not closed to creative ideas, but we are pushing the limits on the 80-20 right now, just to be fair, upfront, and transparent.
Well, thank you, staff and the applicant for that. And I think that my intent was just to kind of throw more flexibility in there. It sounds like flexibility is going to be a need as this project continues to move forward. It sounds like creative solutions are welcome. So let me go right into the creative economy, which is something that I do care much about. And as the applicant is well aware, at Flatiron Crossing Mall. There's been some very cool art installations that have been done there. I was just there just the other day, and the outdoor steps near the fountains have been redone in a very cool design. So I think that those are elements that have been placed around the mall that serves to attract people there, to keep people there, to keep people engaged, whether they're going there for dining or retail, but it adds another element. And I think that with the expansion of the experience and play at the mall, it would be a great opportunity to expand the live, work, and play opportunities to attract people in the creative economy as well. So, opportunities for those artists, for the creative individuals to not only display their work there, but also live and work there as well. And I think that this would be a great ecosystem for them to be able to do that. Seeing murals on buildings, outside, inside, large sculptural installations, again, inside, outside. We've seen malls that are iconic in terms of their sculptures that have been strategically placed. They become Instagrammable moments for people, and so I think that those are kind of keys, and I'd love to see those. And then down to the sound and light installations as well. Those are pieces that large developments like this can really capitalize on. And with all of that, I think that I have a laundry list of things, but I'll with the noise, this is one area that I'm on the one with Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski on the noise, the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Noise Roundtable. We've talked a lot about land use. This is one of those areas where we're changing a current commercial property into a residential, and that causes conflicts. In terms of for those future residents there underneath the flight patterns for the Rocky Mountain Airport. And I think that this is one of those where there could be potential conflicts. So I think ensuring that there's building treatments, especially those windows, those HVAC systems, to ensure that the impacts inside aren't great. But I also think outside too, as those open spaces, the gathering spaces continue to be developed, ensuring that there's good design of the buildings to reduce the impact from those planes that are flying over, so that it doesn't negatively impact the experience there and those future residents as well as the people congregating out there. Yes, one more. So safety is one of those areas, and I think that this is a bigger conversation with staff after tonight. That there is I believe there's a police department substation there at Flatiron Crossing Mall. Its purpose right now is basically serve the mall tenants as well as those shoppers there. And with this proposal, it's going to increase the amount of activity there. It's going to increase the amount of people that are on site. And so I do have concerns about the current capacity that's there at that substation, the facilities that are there, to ensure that can really take care of where this proposal is going. So I'd love to hear more on that. Again, perhaps not tonight, but at some point I would love to hear how that substation is going to need to be affected. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you. So I think you've kind of heard the feedback. My personal feeling is it may not be the housing product for those who prioritize parks, open space, playground amenities, but I believe this does fit with an urban lifestyle that, some people who are traveling a lot don't need those amenities. I lived that life once and traveled so much that my apartment was really just a storage place. So I see that people can choose to live here knowing what it offers and what it doesn't. And so I definitely support this. But you've heard the height issues, the PLD, the open space and sustainability. I guess the playground, proximity to open spaces. So maybe these are some things you're welcome to address them now, or we can do them in the next round. But definitely, I'm very grateful to all the work that you guys have put into this very intricate redevelopment investment that we do need. So thank you very much. Moving on. Our second concept review item this evening is a proposal for cooperative senior living development. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Actually, the mayor and I were just having a conversation about a project that's in Lakewood. That's also a village co-op project that I was able to see this weekend. My uncle moved into one in Lakewood. So firsthand knowledge. Brandon Rowe, our principal planner, will walk us through this item. And again, the applicants are here for additional questions for council. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Brandon Rowe, Principal Planner, Planning Department. I know we're quickly approaching the 8 o'clock break, so I'll go quickly for you. Could I get the next slide, please? We do have a video for this presentation tonight as well. If we could get that, please. The video starts looking southbound on Sheridan Parkway. It pans to the east. You can see the existing congregate living facility. Continues panning, you can see the Chateau at Fox Meadows beyond that site and the empty lot that is subject to this application. The video continues panning. We see homes that are in the Aspen Creek neighborhood, northbound on Sheridan. And we continue panning over segments of the Aspen Creek development that spans both sides of Sheridan Parkway. The video continues to the point of origin and then concludes. It's quicker than the video today. Thank you. Get the next slide, please. While we're waiting on that, the next slide is going to show the comprehensive plan land use map. The property is designated as residential on the comprehensive plan. The proposed use of a cooperative senior living that would be age restricted is consistent with that comprehensive plan land use designation. If I could get the next slide, please. The illustrative site plan depicts the facility. The main entrance is facing south. North is up on this slide. And to the west is Sheridan Parkway. You can see the direct access off of Sheridan Parkway that is existing. It shares access with the congregate living facility that is existing. The proposed facility includes 52 units. It's proposed to be 3 stories tall and approximately 46 feet tall. On the east side of the facility, you can see a drive access to the underground parking or subterranean parking that the applicant is proposing. The facility's main entrance, as noted, is facing southbound. And to the north, you can see some garden beds that are identified as amenities. The project is proposed to be a senior living facility of independent nature, which is not consistent with the existing PUD plan. A PUD amendment would be required. The existing PUD plan envisioned this lot being developed for assisted living, which is more of a commercial use as opposed to residential. As such, there is a minimal impact to long-range financial plan of approximately $50,000. That's the nature of converting the commercial to the residential. The applicant had not yet met with the Housing Advisory Committee. Cooperative living is a unique proposal. They're continuing to work on their proposal to meet the obligations and are on pace to meet with that Housing Advisory Committee in August. As you know, your agendas are busy. Housing Advisory Committee meetings are busy as well. So they will definitely work with that and get to a conclusion before a formal application comes in. Likewise, public land dedication would be required for this use due to the residential nature. There could be a combination of on-site dedication in cash in lieu or full cash in lieu. And the applicant will finalize and formalize that as we move forward as well. If we get the next slide, please. The applicant provided an initial architecture. As you can see, it has a residential appearance to try to fit in and provide a transition to the existing residential to the north, east, and west. Mixture of building materials and colors to add diversity, and includes balconies and other features that help to make this a more residential appealing or visual appealing building. Can we get to the next slide, please? The applicant has held their neighborhood meeting already that was held on May 18th of this year. It was held via Zoom. A number of residents attended, asked questions, and the applicant was there to provide answers and clarifications. Public hearing notices, to the best of staff's ability or knowledge, have been satisfied. Signs were posted on site and mail notices were sent to all residents within 1,000 feet. Staff has identified there's two key issues. The first one, as previously mentioned, was the inconsistencies with the long-range financial plan and the PUD plan. And the second one was a potential need for variances. So in the staff memorandum, two variances were identified, one being the height increase to 46 feet. And the second was a potential reduction in parking. The municipal code establishes a standard parking ratio for multifamily, which this would be considered. With the nature of this being age restricted, the applicant has expressed that typically they may see less vehicles for these occupants. So they may move forward with that request. And if so, it would be included in the formal application. The next steps for the application, or the applicant would be moving forward with that formal application. They've done their neighborhood meeting, so that's been checked off. They can move straight into the PUD plan amendment and site development plan. Because they are proposing their PUD amendment, that proposal would have to go before the Land Use Review Commission and City Council. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening and is able to make a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that succinct presentation, Mr. Rowe. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your brief presentations?
Yes, good evening. My name is Andrew Schaefer. I'm with Real Estate Equities Development Company. We're based out of Eagan, Minnesota. Looks like we have our PowerPoint up. I'll try to keep it brief because I know people are ready for their break here shortly. We're excited to be here tonight and have the opportunity to present our proposed project. I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Next slide, please. What we want to talk about is just a little brief introduction to our organization, talk a little bit about what cooperative housing is, because it's a unique housing option. Not that commonly known. We've developed a number of them in the state of Colorado now, but they are still fairly unique. A little bit about what the cooperative amenities are. We'll look at the site plan briefly, and then really just want to answer questions this evening. Next slide, please. So our organization, Real Estate Equities, the roots date back to 1972. We've been in business for a long time. About 10 years ago, we really have solely been focused on the development of village cooperative communities. Next slide, please. Over the course of the nearly 50 years, we've developed about 100 unique projects totaling more than 9,000 homes. So we've been very active over that time period. Next slide. We have developed or are in the process of developing 41 village cooperative communities. I think we're about 10 different states now. And we have developed over $350 million worth of projects at this point. Next slide. Locations of our communities were based out of the Twin Cities area. So we initially kind of developed communities in greater Minnesota, kind of canvassed the state of Iowa, took on a number of projects in the Kansas City metro, and then really about 5 years ago started to develop communities here in Colorado. And now we also have communities underway in Washington and have a couple projects in Texas that are in the planning stages. Next slide, please. Here in Colorado, we should have probably updated this slide. We actually now have 7 completed communities ranging on the north end of the Front Range in Fort Collins all the way down to the Colorado Springs area. We also have a new community we just broke ground on in Grand Junction. So we've got a lot of communities here in the last 5 years that have broken ground, are open or in the planning stages. Next slide, please. So what are our senior housing cooperatives? This is probably the bigger question we usually get asked. It's a different form of housing. It's kind of a hybrid between a rental and ownership. In a cooperative, we refer to the people that live there as members. The members own a share in the cooperative corporation. The cooperative corporation then owns the property, including all the homes, the land, the common areas, all of it. The cooperative corporation then will pay operating costs like mortgage, property taxes, and most of the operating expenses for the community and maintenance for the community. The members, once they move into the community, will elect a board of directors, 5-member board. The board of directors will manage the bylaws. They'll govern the community. They don't need to manage the community, but they will govern the community. And they'll have to approve any future increases in their monthly association dues or carrying charges, as we refer to them. Our organization, Real Estate Equities, will stay with the project long term. And we'll manage the community and provide staff in the community to manage it. So we'll have a manager, a housekeeper, and a maintenance staff person there long term. Next slide, please. The building that we are proposing, we are listing 52 units. We are kind of want to have a little bit of flexibility with that because we've had a lot of interest in the community, and we might want to do just maybe like 6 more units than that. We've got plenty of room on the site. It's still a lot of green space, but right now we're saying 52. There are no step homes within the 3-story building. We have an underground heated parking garage. Other amenities include a guest suite, large community room, club room, fitness room, reading areas, outside exterior raised garden beds, a patio with an outdoor fireplace and grilling area. Next slide, please. Obviously, we've already viewed the location and saw the video, so I think we'll just skip this slide. So next slide, please. Our site plan, Brenda did a great job already highlighting this. We got a lot of green space around the building, a lot of setback from the property lines and buffering. So we're kind of excited just about having that green space as our future members. They like to have the green space around them as well. Next slide, please. Brandon already went over these elevations. So again, these are just preliminary architectural renderings. This would be the front entrance area of the building. Next slide, please. This would be a view from the backside, kind of showing garden lots there, the common patio. Next slide, please. A few pictures of just some of our other communities. There's 7 of them built, so people can easily drive by and kind of see what they look like. And I'm excited to hear that someone had an uncle that moved into one of our communities in Lakewood, so that's exciting to hear. This is one that was just completed. It's very similar in size. It's actually in Olathe, Kansas. Again, this one also has a lot of green space around it, so it's a fairly good representation of what the community here would look like. Next slide, please. This is another community. This one is located in Kansas City, Missouri. It's a 54-unit community, and just an example of some of the communities we've developed. Next slide, please. And this is just a front entrance area where people come in and out. This one I think is Lenexa, Kansas, if I'm recalling that picture correctly. Next slide, please. We ask people to research us, check us out online. We've got a great website, villagecooperative.com. Next slide, please. And we also have a lot of Facebook followers with, I think, something like 3,000 members or something like that now that have chosen the Village Cooperative. We've got a lot of people that follow us. So next slide, please. That's the last one. Great. The 2 other things I kind of wanted to address that I think there probably are going to be questions on are, one, the parking. Since we do operate and manage a lot of the Village Cooperative communities, we really have a handle on what the parking needs are. We've done long-term surveys over how many stalls are used in the lots. So we will not need necessarily the code required number of parking spaces. We typically are going to have about 1.5 people per home in the community. It's been as high as 1.6, been a little under 1.5 in some communities. So it varies a little bit, but not everyone there has a car. Sometimes people are moving in, they have 1 car for a married couple. So we typically, even with guest parking, need somewhere around 1.5 to 1.6 parking stalls per home, and that would include the underground parking and the surface parking. So we want to provide enough, and we don't want to see a parking of empty parking stalls as well. The other item is the height, and we've looked at different designs for this site. We can fit within the 30-foot current kind of height limit if we did a flat roof building. Still do our 3 stories. The 3 stories is really important for the mathematics of the project to get the right parking count in the garage and to fit the number of units on the site and still provide the green space we'd like to. Our preference would be to do the pitched roof because we think it's a better fit for the site and the transition to the neighborhood. We just don't think a flat roof would be appropriate. So that's one of the reasons we're obviously asking for that higher height limit. And with that, I would like to I guess, ask if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to commission and council comments, we are going to take our 10-minute break, if that's okay, and we'll resume at, it's at 8 o'clock, so we'll see you at 8:10.
The Access Live event is in music hold. music hold ended.
Yeah. And we're back from our break. Thank you, everyone. And thanks again to the applicant and our planning staff for their wonderfully brief presentation. Now, next, are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on this proposal? We had one commissioner, but I think she left, so we're going to move on. Are there any other boards and commissions who would like to comment on this proposal? Seeing none. Public comment is next. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. Public comments will be limited to the time limits outlined earlier. We'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Mayor's Council, thank you very much. My name is Mike Smith. I'm a resident of Aspen Creek, so I'm within 1,000 feet of the new facility that's being proposed here. And I just have a couple quick comments. One, I do support the idea of a ridged roof in this. I think a flat roof would look horrible up against the subdivision, but I do have concerns about the overall height. And would wish that we could get something that could better utilize the property that's there to get the same number of units, but on a 2-level basis that would fit better with the facility that's next door to it. So the overall height and the view of that height does pose some concerns to me as a neighbor. The second item I have on this is just the location of any mechanical facilities, trash, things like that that are going to be positioned out there. The subdivision falls along the north boundary of this property. To place those things up along the north side, as well as the view from the north side back into looking south, could cause some problems. Just doesn't look sightly. So from that standpoint, I find that, you know, there should be some considerations and maybe some looks at how that could be better developed. As for the type of facility they're talking about, you know, we certainly support that idea. It's a good group of people to have around. They're not going to be out there throwing the wild parties at 2 o'clock in the disturbance. So from that standpoint, that's good. Lots of kids in the area, so that helps. But those are the only comments I have to be considered in the development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Good evening. My name is David Black. I live in Aspen Creek, very close to the north end of that property line. I'd like to echo Mr. Smith's comments. My concern with the building height goes back to a planning commission meeting I remember when they were going to build Highland Trails. And one of the big concerns from the planning commission was how big that 3-story Highland Trails building was going to look from the corner of 136 at Sheridan, from the people driving through and from the residents of the area. Well, now we're proposing a 46-foot tall building, 85 feet, I think, off the fence to Teal Creek Court. That will be the full-on, 3-story building that's actually, as you go to the northeast corner, that's actually above the 5-foot privacy fence that borders the property. So I spoke in favor of the original plan of building Highland Trail and the assisted living facility, those 2 stories. And so I'm not anti-development at all. In fact, I also think fully support the idea of more senior living facilities. I just think that this 3-story building, this 46 feet tall, is just not consistent with the homes in the surrounding areas. And honestly, a flat roof building, I think that looked really goofy over there, but that's just me. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. Are there any other public comments? And I don't see anyone online. So does the applicant have any final comments before we move on to council member questions?
Yes, just a couple comments on, the height. I guess we kind of referred to that, and we're really trying to set the building back a lot further from that property line to kind of make up for the height. Doing a 2-story community would be challenging for us. We've never been able to get one to pencil out, to be quite frank. Just the mathematics of parking underground, and all of our communities have been 3 or 4 stories. We're trying to really respect the neighborhood and step the building back. And then we'll work with city staff in the future if we kind of get a positive recommendation for the project on some buffering, some trees. There is some detention ponds there. So there's certain areas of that property line that we certainly can buffer. Others might be more challenging with some of the drainage that flows through there. But we can certainly do what we can to have as minimal of an impact as we can in the neighborhood. We would prefer not to go with the flat roof to keep it under the 30 feet. The other question was just about trash or mechanical type systems. We do have interior trash chutes and rooms in the garage. So there's dumpsters that are rolled out and just picked up by the trash at that time. So there's no plans to have an exterior dumpster that will be visible to the neighbors. That's up for discussions with the city. Sometimes we run into city requirements that we do that one, but our preference would be not to have the exterior trash location and just handle it interiorly and roll it out when they need to pick it up. So those are just the 2 comments I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Do any members of council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. I appreciated that the staff included the neighborhood meeting notes. Do we get to have that from now on with all of these concept reviews? That would be great. So that gave me a lot of insight to the neighborhood thoughts in my ward. I asked the staff to do a lot with the height calculations. Could the staff go over those that we discussed that were responses via email?
I will try my best. I don't have the email handy, so if I forget anything, please let me know. So a couple of the questions that were asked in the lead up to the meeting this evening were regarding sort of the topographical situation of the 2 lots and the finished floor of the existing congregate living and what was anticipated to be the finished floor and the height of the proposed facility. The property does have different finished floors between the 2 sites. The existing congregate facility finished floor was envisioned to be or is 1 foot taller than what was anticipated for the assisted living that was proposed for the site previously. while this building was proposed to be about 43 feet, it would be set 1 foot lower, so sort of an appearance of 42 feet. A minimal difference. I think anything over 40 looks over 40. Another question that was asked was regarding whether or not a variance was required for the congregate living facility on the corner of Sheridan and 136th. It was not. So the existing PUD, and I'm glad I called that up while I was sitting there. The existing PUD allowed for a maximum building height of 42 feet for the congregate living facility. And the actual building was constructed and approved at 40 foot 4 inches. So it was less than the maximum allowed and did not need a variance. Councilmember, when was that all of the items that you would hope to touch base on?
Yeah, I had asked you to kind of do a comparison, recognizing that congregate living facility on the corner was set down lower. So what will the visual look like? Will this 40 foot building look higher?
I think inherently, just because the building is going to be taller, it will be taller, it may look taller, with the 1 foot difference, they might look about the same. But the residents who are closest to it would likely see that it's a 3-story building out of their backyards.
When the applicant was discussing working on larger setbacks to help alleviate some of the height that will be closer to the residences, was the applicant referring to the fact that they had already incorporated the maximums that what they thought was their allowable amount of setback, or were they indicating that they could possibly increase that setback?
So the minimum setback approved in the PUD plan is 15 feet from that property line. And they are substantially further from that property line than the 15 feet. So I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I think that they were discussing that they've already integrated enhanced setbacks to try to mitigate that height. But if they want to speak, they can interject.
That's accurate.
Okay, thank you. You referred to traffic, and we don't have to get into the details of traffic, but just in general, do you have an agreement with Highlands Trails that you are sharing their access off of Sheridan and through the development?
Yes, we do. They're the seller of the site to us, so obviously getting, or the contractor, and I think we're that property. Yeah, so they're selling us the sites, so they're trying to make sure we have access. We have an agreement with them that we'll share that access.
Okay, thank you. I thought the memo said something about that there was no pricing available at this time, but I actually had somebody contact me who was referring that he supported the height variance because he had put down a deposit on his unit and wanted to make sure the ceiling heights didn't get decreased. So are people putting down deposits already, but yet there isn't a price point yet?
So we started to, it takes us a while, obviously, to get through all of the potential city approvals as we move forward. It also takes us time to, Cooperative is a little unique. It's not a type product where you build it and then hope to sell it or rent it. We pre-sell at a minimum 60% of the homes before we're going to break ground. So we have started doing some preliminary marketing, and people have reserved potential homes in the community. So they haven't purchased them yet, but they have a reservation and the right to get those homes. So we have done pricing. We do have pricing on the homes that is available and has been represented to those reservation holders.
Do you consider this type of product with the cooperative do you consider this more of an investment opportunity for seniors, or do you consider this at all a more affordable option for seniors? Which
Yeah,
way do you look at this?
it's a little bit of both. I'll try to explain why I think that, because the cooperative inherently is not a speculative investment. The way we are structured, we have bylaws that dictate the value. As I mentioned earlier, members will purchase a share in the cooperative corporation. That's like their equity investment into the cooperative. That has a controlled depreciation in the bylaws. It'll go up 3% per year. So it's obviously not tripling your money in the stock market in 12 months, but it gives the members a reasonable return on their equity in the community while they're there. The affordability component, in all honesty, that keeps it relatively affordable long term. We have seen cooperatives structured the same way we structure them, have been around since in Minnesota anyways, not necessarily Colorado, but Minnesota has over 100 cooperatives in the Twin Cities metro area or in the state, I would say right now. And there hasn't never been one that has failed. And the longer they're around, typically the bigger the wait list there is to get a home in the cooperative. So the cooperative, we will sell them all initially, and we'll manage the community, and we'll continue to take a wait list of people that want a home when they become available. So we think they stay affordable because of the controlled increase in the share values. We also think they stay affordable because the people who live there own them, and the monthly fee component that they pay for the operating costs of the community is controlled by the people that live there. So unlike a rental community where there's obviously an investor or someone that owns the building and they're looking to maximize their return on their investment and then increase rents as much as they typically can that the market would allow. The members in the cooperative that live there would only increase their monthly carrying charges and operating costs that they contribute to if there's a need. So there's components that are fixed in the operating costs, and then there's components that will vary over time. So insurance costs might go up, taxes might go up. So they might have to make an adjustment to their monthly fees in the future to accommodate those increased costs, but they're really not subjected to any additional risk, and probably less risk than they would be in a single family home, very similarly anyways. So that's why I think long-term, it's really a very good value and affordable option for seniors, as opposed to some of the other options that maybe are ownership out there, where their rents could be increased much more substantially if the market allows that.
Okay. And then in response to the parking variance, that makes sense to me, that you said the applicant said based on their experience, they can calculate that they need fewer parking spaces than our code currently would allot, and that makes sense for that population to me. Okay, and I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Broome.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for considering Broomfield. I just wanted to really focus on the height variance, because that's what concerns me the most. I know we had a developer come in at a different location, very similar product that you guys are offering, that had a height variance, and I know we turned it down. The residents there, it would block their view, but I guess I bring it up because they were able to come back and kind of give that vertical and horizontal analysis of what that would look like to be one of those homes that would be right up next to a 3-story building with the peak. And I think that's really helpful to understand visually what that would look like. Because I do think it would be a big tower next to those homes. So for that, I'm not ready to say the height variance is something that I would be willing to consider. I know you had mentioned the 2-story is something that you guys haven't been able to pencil in and make work for your business. But hoping that you guys could possibly look at that footprint and what that would mean for that space. Because it sounds like you have a great product and business concept that Broomfield would really benefit from. So I'd hate to lose you as a developer over the height, but it would be a major impact to those citizens in that neighborhood that backs to that property. And I can say also, Broomfield has had, in the history of Broomfield development, a concept of transitional development. So, you know, they don't go from some big towering building to a small, different development. There's historically been variations of building heights to get from one to the other. So I guess I would be looking at what are some of the other options besides the flat roof. But if the flat roof is the only option, I think maybe having some kind of picture concept of what that would look like, because the flat roof concept in my brain, I agree with some of the neighbors that presented, doesn't sound like it would fit that area. As far as the parking variance, I'm in alignment with, I agree with your analysis. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate the developers bringing forward this project. I think that, you know, I'm okay with the reduction in parking. I think that, you know, your business, and it sounds like that you have a long history in determining what that parking needs to be. And look forward to seeing, you know, further analysis on that. I do have some concerns about the building height, just because this community has dealt with that once before. And so, but I mean, you held a neighborhood meeting, we got the notes on that. There was some concern about that, but there wasn't as much as I would have thought. So, you know, I'm curious that as we go through the process on this, you know, would we see a PUD amendment happen prior to seeing the project come out, or what would the timing of that be, or would we see this all at one time?
So the timing would be, I mean, we are prepared in a very short time frame to submit the PUD amendment submission. Is that accurate to say? So I mean, we're down the road on some design stuff preliminarily. Obviously, we're not a building fully designed, but we're in a position where we could submit that rather soon. You know, and just in comment on the height. You know, I don't think, if you look at the scale of this building, we're talking about 50 to 60 units. It is not a big building. It is not, I mean, it's not a 300 unit or 150 unit massive building. I know the project you're referring to, I think there's another cooperative, I think that was originally at least a 4-story out of the gate. We are talking 3. We feel that it is an appropriate transition from 2-story homes to go with a 3-story building. I mean, I think there's this vision that this is going to be a towering structure. It really, in my opinion, is not going to be. If we were to go down to a 2-story, I'm not even saying we financially could get that to work on the site, but we would be getting drastically closer, obviously, to the neighbors. In my opinion, it's probably going to be more impactful on the neighborhood to go down to a 2-story. We would probably have to add a lot of surface parking. You really can't. We would have way too much underground parking to do the building in a podium style. And that's probably the one reason we're talking about being a foot taller than maybe a building that would be slab on grade, is because of the podium garage and the post-tension deck that gets poured. We don't want to grade up on that, potentially get any water infiltration in the garage. So we're trying to be really cautious and smart. 46 feet is also not the height necessarily that the neighbors are going to see. That's an average of all the grades around all sides of the building, including where you enter the garage. I believe that's the way it was measured. And we could provide additional information on, okay, what is the height of this elevation? What is the height of this elevation? I think, Brandon, did you get that example? Where we took measurements on all different locations around the building, and we're using that, not necessarily the minimum height or the height that faces the neighborhood.
So just to clarify on this, so you would be bringing the PUD amendment forward sooner than the rest of the project plans?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. I think that would be, I guess I'll look at my council colleagues. I think that would be preferable for the neighbors based upon what we went through previously, to bring the amendment forward first, get the approval on that, and then be able to move forward with the project. So I think that's a preferable way, at least for me to go. And then the other questions that I have, so buffering and landscaping height on that northern side of the property, you talked a little bit about the distance there, but are you looking at any type of berms or any type of taller trees there on that northern side of the property?
Yeah, is there a possibility to get the site plan pulled up? We do have our civil engineer, that's been working on the project preliminarily here with us, that might be able to answer a little bit of what's possible grading wise. We effectively, in the two kind of corners of the property, the back corners from the entrance, there's currently detention graded there. And then there is some swales and some connections that come from the cul-de-sac from the neighborhood. So, in my opinion, we can easily probably buffer the two corners towards the middle. I'm not sure if we can buffer the middle. Is that fair to say? Okay. Just because of the drainage. You can kind of see the V at the top of the site plan there. That's where there's drainage going into those.
So you're not going to be able to raise that middle portion, but you would be able to kind of berm or raise the corners.
Correct, and that's where the homes are. Is obviously on towards the corners.
But would you be able to build some taller landscaping there in the middle?
I don't think in the middle. I don't think we could burn that.
Okay.
Or probably put heavy landscaping within the drainage level. We could probably get 75% of that property line with some form of swale.
Okay.
I think that's accurate. I mean, just trying to fairly, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I'd rather be cautious on what we can do. But I think we could put a berm and plantings within or on top of that berm to try to do the best job possible on any screening buffering.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with that project, and I look forward to seeing the PUD amendment come before council. So thank you for your great support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Yeah, I just have a really quick question I wasn't gonna ask, so the discussion kind of piqued my interest. So if you will move forward with a flat roof proposal, you wouldn't need any type of approval from us on that. This is probably a question for staff. So you could do that. There's no restriction on that.
Councilmember, based on the presentation, the applicant said that if it was a flat roof, it would not warrant or need a height variance. So I believe that's correct. Yes.
So the question, this would be more for my colleagues, is if you don't approve a height variance, something that I think I'd be okay with, you're gonna end up with a flat roof from the proposal. So I just wanted to clarify that was the discussion. So thank you.
Any other council member comments? Mayor Pretend Jezierski.
Thank you. Just quick comments. I like the project and I don't really have any concerns with the height. I'm generally sensitive to that, but I think in this case, you do have a 3-story senior living right next door. And this, from what I heard, and if I'm wrong, Brandon, let me know, it's going to look fairly comparable from the street to the both projects. And I think it is like you said, a foot or so low grade from the existing building. That's what it looked like to me. Checking it out on Google Maps. So, and there's also a fairly good, it was mentioned, good buffering from the neighbors to the east. So, given those, and it's only a few feet that we're talking about, I don't have any real concerns. So, looking forward to seeing this project go forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, and my concerns were also similar to my colleagues about that height and making sure that, the key here is making sure there's privacy for those residents that, are existing there. And it looks like where that swale is the end of that cul-de-sac. So you'd be able to buffer those homes, because that's gonna be a key piece to this. And if we're looking at that, doing the PUD amendment prior to actually seeing, the full site development plan, we're gonna need to be careful on what exactly we're approving, and I think there needs to be more details. We're not all of a sudden growing the building to a larger footprint or something, so just, I agree with Councilmember Staff that we should probably do the height variance first, so, thank you.
Any other comments from council? All right, well, I think you kind of have an idea of the concern, which would be the height for some, but I think it's definitely a compatible project to the adjacent neighborhood. So we do look forward to seeing what you come back with. Thank you guys for bringing this forward. It's a huge need in our community. Oh, yeah, okay, next. Our third and final concept review this evening is a proposal for 227 apartment units to include a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. We will follow the city standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Harmer is going to walk us through our very last concept review for the evening. We saved the best for last, Judy.
That's nice of you. Good evening, council members. Judy Hammer, representing Planning Services, or Planning Division. Next slide, please. The concept plan is for a 227 unit apartment complex that is proposed on a 7.33 acre unplatted parcel immediately to the east of US Highway 36 and west of Wadsworth Boulevard and just east of Arista neighborhood. The complex will offer a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. 2 of the buildings are proposed to be 5 stories with 4 residential floors over podium parking, while 1 apartment building is planned to be 4 stories. The plan calls for 287 surface parking spaces and 112 covered spaces. The complex will also offer a clubhouse, pool, small dog park, outdoor exercise area, and bike storage. Additionally, a segment of a regional trail is planned to be within a tract. Based on the number of units, this development is anticipated to generate 434 residents, which results in a minimum public land dedication obligation of approximately 10 acres. The applicant will be dedicating a portion of the site for a segment of the regional trail connection, as I mentioned in that tract. This concept plan does not identify a specific PLD proposal, but there is interest in meeting that via the tract of land for the regional trail. Next slide, please. This aerial shows the location in relation to existing properties. It is located at 11495 Wadsworth Boulevard. Next slide, please. We prepared a video that shows the location of the property. When you bring that up, I'll kind of walk you through there. So the video begins at the southeast corner of the site. It starts looking west along the southern edge of the project, pans to the north across the site, and continues around to the beginning. And you can kind of see where Wadsworth Boulevard forks off and starts meeting up with 116th up to the south there. And then you see US Highway 36. And then we stop at the end and you can see Arista. The next slide, please. That would be the next slide for the comprehensive, yeah, thank you. The land use designation for the site is mixed use commercial. The proposed density and site plan designs are consistent with the land use map designation. The property is also subject to the design requirements of the original Broomfield Urban Renewal Plan. Next slide, please. This drawing shows the proposed layout and access. As you can see with these dashed lines, one is the southernmost access out of the site, and then the one that runs parallel to Highway 36 is the proposed general location for the regional trail segment. And then you can see how the clubhouse and the buildings interact. The area outlined in the red circle there is a portion of land that currently does not belong to the applicant. It is owned by the property owner immediately to the south. So that's subject to land negotiations with that gentleman. Next slide, please. In June, the applicant met with the Housing Advisory Committee and committed to a cash in lieu proposal for their affordable housing element. This elevation shows the podium parking with the 4 stories and the apartments above, kind of what I talked about with the 5-story building. Next slide, please. This is an architectural rendering of the 4-story apartment building. And then in conclusion, on the next slide, in preparation for the formal development application, the applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on July 7th. We had 1 participant, and that was the property owner to the south. There were no comments provided. The city and county of Broomfield standard public notice requirements have been met for this case with regards to the concept plan. Staff has identified the following key issues with this proposal. Based on the number and combination of units proposed, the Broomfield Municipal Code requires 407 spaces. This plan has identified 399, perhaps given this property's location being adjacent to a bus rapid transit station at US Highway 36, and that the development will offer bicycle parking, 8-space shortage may be absorbed. And then the applicant has indicated, excuse me, that they would like to negotiate the public land dedication requirement. And this is, subject to the amount of acreage that they're going to dedicate for the tract for the regional trail. And then the amount of land that they're going to work on negotiating, acquiring from the property owner to the south. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant's team is also here to provide you with a brief presentation and answer additional questions you may have.
Thank you very much. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant please identify themselves for listeners before beginning your brief presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jake Muse, and I'm with Blackburn Communities, the developer for our proposed Wadsworth 36 project. And I'm also joined by some other team members on our development team, and then Norris Design, who's handling all of our entitlements and land planning, and Cat Park, who's doing the architecture, and Kimley Horn, who's doing our civil engineering. And I'm going to hand it over to Leanne in a minute to walk us through the rest of the presentation, but I kind of just wanted to give you all a little bit of background on us, and thank you all for having us. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So we are based in Oxford, Mississippi, but for our apartment communities, we really only focus on a small footprint. And so we don't believe in going to one market and then hop into the next one. So we're not gonna, do this one deal in Broomfield and then do the next one in Phoenix. We've really believe in getting involved in a market and staying in that market for the long term. And so there are really kind of 2 big things that play into that. So we are long-term holders and we look at everything from a long-term philosophy. So we're not, looking at building this thing and leasing it up and then selling it and then leaving Broomfield. We want to stay involved, and we're looking at this from a 10 or a 20-year perspective. And so we want to be involved. We want to deliver a great product, obviously, to keep our residents for that time period and then just to keep doing more. And then the other thing is really all of our success has been due to our relationships, whether with the city officials or the local community or our consultants or our subcontractors. And so if we were, to do the deal in Broomfield and then go to Phoenix,
it doesn't let us do that. And so that's why we decided that it makes a lot of sense for us to just focus on a few markets. And so and I mentioned subcontractors, we also build all of our projects in-house. And so we focus a lot on just who our subcontractors are and that they're high quality. And since we're selling this, holding this for 10 or 20 years, we want to make sure we have the best subs around and they're hard to find. And again, that's why we focus on a few markets. And so I just want to say all that to hopefully convey that we care about the community, we care about what we're going to be building here. And we thank y'all for the opportunity. And I'm going to hand it over to Leanne and she'll walk us through the rest of it. Thank y'all.
Good evening. So fun to be in person. Leanne Delaire with Norris Design, 1101 Van Eyck Street, Denver. Thank you, Judy, and Mayor, council members. I believe our commissioner has gone home, but and staff for your time this evening. It's my pleasure to expand on the details of this project. So next slide, please. So just a reminder, in an effort to minimize the things that Judy has already touched on, here's just a quick reminder of where the site is located. And it's small, it's only 7.33 acres. And the proposed multifamily use is consistent with the Area 2 within the original Broomfield neighborhood plan. And our formal application will include both a rezone to a PUD as well as our SDP. Next slide, please. As Judy mentioned, the proposed site plan includes 227 units spread across the 3 buildings. Building A and B, as a reminder, are 4 stories of residential units over covered parking, with building C as 4 stories on grade. The leasing and clubhouse are located on the east side adjacent to Wadsworth. The proposed site plan includes a combination of both surface parking and covered parking. And the community will include sustainable elements, including EV charging stations, LED lighting, low flow fixtures, and energy efficiency in appliances and building materials. Next slide, please. The community will include a number of amenities for the residents. Indoor amenities will include bike storage, dog wash, yoga and fitness rooms, cyber lounge, workspaces, and community indoor gathering spaces. While outdoor site amenities will include a pool with outdoor kitchen, living spaces, fire pit, a dog park, bike racks and storage, and then the trail connection, which I'll expand on shortly. Next slide, please. So this site is part of Broomfield's rich history. The historic Cherokee Trail route passes through this site and was an important thoroughfare and stagecoach stop for explorers of the American West. It was named after a party of Cherokee Indians that joined the Gold Rush in 1850. And the route was later known as the Overland Trail. We hope to capture this site's unique history in the form of public art, and we anticipate incorporating freestanding artwork somewhere along the Wadsworth frontage, likely near the front of the clubhouse. Next slide, please. Regional improvements, we are proposing several that will be mutually beneficial to both the city as well as our community and residents. Improving pedestrian and bicycle connectivity is one of the goals of the original Broomfield neighborhood plan. The proposed site plan includes a regional trail connection that provides the missing link between the US 36 bus stop and future Wadsworth station connected to the east and to Broomfield Industrial Sports Park Complex. This trail will also help provide a safe connection for pedestrians and bicyclists to the pedestrian bridge to the west of the site over US 36 and into Orista. And the trail alignment is also consistent with the original Broomfield neighborhood plan. We're also proposing a public water main connection to extend the line within Wadsworth Boulevard, which currently ends just south of Wadsworth Station Apartments. And this connection will not only serve our project, but will also provide a second point of connection to the water main north of our site within 116th Avenue. We're currently working with CDOT to secure easements to provide both of these improvements in this location. Next slide, please. The architectural style of the community takes its inspiration from both the history of the community as well as the contemporary context of the future. Materials will likely include board and batten, horizontal siding, and stone accents in a variety of color palettes. This rendering represents the initial concept for building 3 and is anticipated to be approximately 50 feet in height. Next slide, please. This rendering represents the initial concepts for buildings 1 and 2 with the parking at ground level podium with a residential above. And this is approximately anticipated to be 60 feet in height. And next slide. And lastly, this rendering represents the initial concept for the clubhouse building. Next slide. So we thank you for your time this evening, and our team is here for questions, and that concludes the applicant presentation.
Thank you very much. Do we have any land use people that they left? Now we'll go to public comments. We'll start with in-person public comments. So step up to the podium. Lovely, Jewel.
Hi, Roxy Jewel, Lockmore. Whenever we have buildings and stuff that are built around the highways or the train tracks and stuff, I almost always come up and will repeat that your 3 buildings that are on the west side facing the highway needs extra noise insulation put into them. No matter whether you say you do the best or not, it is usually one of the main complaints. Where I live, I have no choice. I have to put up with all the noise of the I-36, the train and everything else because of the way things were built after I had my home. So I can't change that, but you can make it right the first time this time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on this project? Does the applicant want to comment on that?
We do plan to do a noise study that is, as she pointed out, very important, not only for the long-term leasability of the units. I think operationally, we don't want that complaint either. So I know our architects are on that.
Thank you.
I want to add just one quick comment. So we've actually already signed up a sound acoustician. I think I said that right, but we've got him signed up and he's going to get, if we keep moving forward, hopefully get good feedback, then he'll basically address all those concerns and we'll make sure that's taken care of.
Wonderful, thank you. Next is council member questions and comments. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually my neighborhood. I live in the northern part of original Broomfield, and I think this is a great project for the area. I don't really have any huge concerns. I'm not worried about the parking variance, and I look forward to seeing what the details are for the public land dedication. So I'm happy with that. I'm excited about it. I mean, right there with that multimodal transit access. This is exactly what we need is density in this area. So I'm happy with it. I don't really have any comments for the developer right now. I mean, I'll want to see the specifics if this comes back. I did have a comment, as I always do in this area, that I know City Manager Hoffman has been waiting to address. But that's about the growth in this area and how this is probably the only neighborhood in town that doesn't have walkable access to a public park. We have Habitat housing, we have a mobile home park, we have a lot of dense apartment complexes coming in, one of which will have a pocket park, but there is no walkable public park for the kids in this neighborhood right now. And this neighborhood is really, really diverse. It's the most diverse neighborhood in town. So as we keep seeing these developments move forward, we really, really need to prioritize some equity when it comes to to a walkable public park. So I'm sure you have a response since you would email earlier about it, but that's all I have.
I couldn't agree more. So one of the projects that we spoke about last night with the ARPA funding, a little bit larger than a pocket park, but certainly not to the extent Councilmember Lindstedt from an equity perspective. So yes, it's a priority. We're focused on it, and we'll continue to work in that direction. If not identifying land, then certainly the access points.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it's an area that, you know, they had the 120th run through it, and you have a lot of socioeconomic and racial diversity there. And I just think it's really unfair that there's so many kids growing up there who literally have to get in the car to go to nice open space, like unlike the rest of town. So that's my only comment, but I think it's a great project, and I hope you guys move forward and come for a bill.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom.
Perfect. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One, to start off with, in regards to the affordable housing, can you give me a kind of a brief on what was the analysis in deciding to do the cash in lieu versus providing the units? Because the units are very important to us.
Yes, ma'am. So we did look at that seriously. And then when we had, so Leanne briefly talked about the water issue. And so we got to take the water line through our property right up all the way to the bus stop. And so that's very expensive. And then obviously doing the trail is also an added expense, and just what, as expensive as everything is right now, we just couldn't make it work and do all those additional things.
So you think the cash in lieu is cheaper than providing the units?
For us, since we hold it long term, it is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then on the parking spaces, I mean, I think there's 8 of them. So that you're short, I'm okay with that variance. And then in regards to the public land dedication, did I hear that you guys are going to be coming back with those details regarding what is the national trail or national, the trail that you're providing versus the amount of acres that you're asking for an exception for?
Yeah, so right now the plan is to have the portion of our PLD satisfied with the trail, both with easement and on CDOT property as well as tract on our parcel. And then right now we anticipate that the balance will be cash in lieu.
So you're basically saying that the trail will be on CDOT property, but you're going to develop it.
Yes, a
Not
portion.
necessarily dedicate the land. You're going to put the trail in. You're going to connect it.
Correct. Yeah, the portion of the trail that will be on CDOT's property will be an easement. But this project will build and develop that trail. So we anticipate getting PLD credit for the value of that construction.
So who is the prime market for these apartments? Are you looking at families, young adults?
Yes, ma'am. We're looking at all of them. So young professionals, you know, that can if they have a spouse and one works maybe in Denver or Boulder and the other one works in Broomfield, and it's a great spot for them both to live. And then for younger people that aren't married, they can go, you know, ride their bike up to the walking bridge over 36 and get to Arista. And really, we think everybody will live there, honestly. I mean, I think it's going to appeal to all walks of life.
Sure. I guess my concern is I just don't see it being very kid friendly. Lots of parking lots. Like when I saw the picture, I was like, ooh, you know, we're looking at just a bunch of cement. So I was hoping we could see more of that green space or more landscaping that doesn't bring that parking lot look and feel to the project. And then a question maybe for staff is associated with the building. is the other buildings in the area, I think this is kind of a tricky area because we've approved other projects, but they're not built yet, so we can't really compare and contrast, and I've already forgot about them. Are they 4 and 5 stories also?
Oh, Wadsworth Station across the way is 4 stories.
Okay.
And then Harvest Station is 4 stories, and they're slightly to the south. Oh, okay, 3 and 4.
So we don't have any 5-story.
No, I don't believe so. One building is 5 stories.
One other building in that old Wadsworth strip is 5-story. Okay, okay. Interesting. So I guess now I'm kind of concerned about what is that cohesiveness of our architect and our style of buildings on Old Wadsworth. Well, I guess I call it Old Wadsworth. Is it?
Right, so Iana Burton-Zetti, planning director, again, thank you, council member, if I can just elaborate a little bit. So Wadsworth Station was the piece of property that is directly to the east of this piece. In the video, it was under construction, so we expect that'll be out of the ground very soon. There was the one building that is the corner of Wadsworth and 116th that is 5 stories, and is being built with that project. And then the rest of the structures are a little bit smaller. But that is pretty consistent with the vision that we had outlined in the original Brookfield plan, was that there would be some more density closest to 116th and Wadsworth, this kind of lower stretch of the Wadsworth area because of its proximity to the overpass to Arista and any potential for another transit stop along the rail as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then my only other comment in regards to the building structure, and I never thought I would say this because I have color anxiety, it just looks really bland and it needs some color, so I'm not sure.
I want to add 2 things. So on the color, we haven't picked any colors like that. Was literally, it. We just kind of wanted to show, no, ma'am, absolutely not. And then the other thing, just to give you kind of the full picture on, we wish there was more green space too, and we wish we didn't have to go 4 and 5 story, but what really kind of ended up driving this whole thing is there's a 30-foot easement, a public easement that has public city utilities in it that runs smack dab through the middle of our site, and so we had to design around that, and that kind of drove a lot of the stuff you saw.
Perfect, thank you. And then one other quick comment that I just came up with is, you were mentioning that the property directly to the south, do we know, is that private? I'm assuming it's private.
So council member, there are a few properties to the south, immediately to the south, there are.
Triangle.
In the triangle, that is a privately owned piece of property. Actually, there's a little bit of old right of way in that area. And then there's also a portion that is in private ownership. And as Ms. Hammer mentioned, the applicant will need to work with that private property owner to acquire that additional piece and to request vacation of any right of way.
Okay. I'm just wondering if that would be a great spot for an extension into a little green area, walkability, especially with the trail right there, and you can stop and fix your bike, something.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna expand on that. If we're successful in acquiring that triangular piece into our parcel, it will stay as open area.
Thank you, that's all I had.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lyman.
Thank you. Well, apparently this is triangle night because I'm also wanting to discuss the triangular piece. Staff, can I have you put the site plan back up that shows that my favorite triangle, I guess it is. And I remember there is some right of way that needs to be vacated. That goes back I think to the construction of US 36 when that street used to go through. Is that right, Anna? Do you know? I mean, it's neither here nor there, but I'm just remembering.
I've been here a long time, but maybe not quite that long. But yeah, I do believe that is the case.
Okay,
Yes, it's
fair
pretty
enough.
old right there.
Yeah, okay. So So, and I appreciate the explanation that about the easement that runs through the property, but I agree very much with what Councilmember Broom said. That there's an ocean of concrete here, an ocean of parking. And I think it's gonna be crucial for you to acquire or somehow manage to get that triangular piece and see if there's a way to do something a little more creative with it. I just have a lot of reservations that there's not much green space here throughout the development. And given the easement, given the situation you described, I'm not sure that there are ways to increase the green space that makes sense, but I'd sure like you to try. I'd sure like you to give it the old college try.
We'd be happy to reduce the parking.
Go on.
So we will be providing, a rezone to a PUD, so we'll get to define our own parking standards. So we will work with staff on what's appropriate and what works operationally.
Appreciate that.
But yes, it's a small site, and so that's why we have 2 buildings with podium parking to avoid all of that surface parking. And then with detention and all those other fun things that we get to incorporate, we agree, we would love to incorporate that as some sort of usable green space.
Okay, so I appreciate that very much. And I would be fine with reducing the parking, given that this is gonna be a transit site. I'd be just fine with that. Last question, so since you're talking to the property owner to the south, have you been able to make any contact with the property owner to the north?
And so
Please say
just-
yes.
Yes, ma'am. So, and just to give you a little bit of background on the whole triangle piece and everything, and I don't want to obviously promise something that we can't deliver on because it depends on, what he'll do with us, but we've had a ton of meetings with him and have talked with him, and I think we'll be able to work something out there. And on that whole right-of-way issue that you were mentioning, we actually trace that back to, I think, like the 1930s. And with the city and then with the county, and we couldn't find anything on that, but we got our surveyor to go ahead and survey all that right-of-way gap issues. And so we were told that we do that and then get that to y'all to help clear that whole issue up. So we're working on all that. And then the property owner you're talking about the land that literally butts up right to our north.
Yeah, is that generic toy storage?
Yeah, so he's not doing that part, he's leasing it, but the owner of that parcel is the same landowner of the parcel that we have under contract.
Oh.
So now that, we don't have that land under contract, but it's our understanding that he leases that to the J&C
Right,
building.
because that's been kind of a sore point in the city's mind for a while. You can probably understand that.
Totally
So,
understand.
yeah. So, any encouragement I can give you to talk to him and.
So our goal would be that we could get this going and that would be our second phase. And that we could come to, some sort of negotiation with him to get that additional land. He's not ready to sell it right now because of the money he's getting on it, but we're hopeful that down the road, once we close on this land and do what we say we're gonna do with him on that he'd be open to selling it.
Well, that's very interesting, and I'm not gonna presume to speak for anyone else up here, but if you came back to us and said you had an option on that, to do something with it, I'd be real excited to, I think give you more leeway on the rest of this, because I really think that would be really helpful to the, one of the biggest gateways we've got to have that dealt with one way or another. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. And to be totally frank, we had a meeting with our brokers this morning that we found this land with, and we talked about getting up with the landowner to get an option on that. So we're
There
working
you
on that.
go. Okay.
We'll
All
keep
right. Well,
posted.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can do that'll be true.
All right, we'll work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this short. So Public Art, thank you. The trail connection is very much welcomed as well. Given the close proximity to the Broomfield Station, I think that we really should ensure that we don't overpark this site and use that parking that is reduced for that green space. I think that's a great idea. So Like I said, with the close proximity to Broomfield Station, we should not be over parking this. And in fact, we should be reducing that so that we encourage folks to use that. Use the mass transit as well as the other multimodal options that are there. So I would really like to see this move forward. It sounds like this could be, the catalyst for some other development in that area. So I really do hope that it moves forward. So thank you for bringing it up.
That's all I have.
All right. Is there anyone else on council that would like to comment? Any questions? Well, thank you so much. This checks a lot of boxes and looks like a good project. So we look forward to you bringing it back. Thank you all. Our final agenda item this evening is the 2021 goals update from the Advisory Committee on Environmental Sustainability. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our last item of this evening, we wanted to end on a happy, positive note. And it's good to see Director of Strategic Initiatives, Tammy Yellico, doing something that she's passionate about, and that isn't oil and gas. Tammy has her new team that is also here. Tammy, maybe you can just take a couple of minutes. I know some folks know Camille, but some may not, and now that we're in person. And it's awfully good to see Andrew.
I would like to do that. So, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. We're here tonight with the Advisory Committee on Environmental Sustainability, or ACES, as they are known. And this is their mid-year presentation to you on what they've been up to for the first 6 months of 2021. And they've been very busy. I would like to introduce Andrew Valdez. He probably hasn't been before council in person because he was hired in March of 2020, just when COVID hit. But Andrew has been doing a great job as the assistant director, and he has wrote an application which garnered us $90,000 to do our zero waste planning this year. He's also working on an energy audit of our facilities to look for more energy savings. So Andrew's very passionate about this work. He's done a great job. And this is Camille Poland in the row here. Camille has been with us since late last year. She comes from the city of New Orleans. She's Broomfield's very first community sustainability manager. And she has been doing a lion's share of the work on our impact analysis for greenhouse gas reduction planning and transportation, and also some zero waste work. So they're working very hard and they do great work. And so we're here tonight with ACES, and they want to talk a bit about what we've really been focusing on, which is community outreach. And as I mentioned, impact analysis of individual policies and programs that will help City Council reach its goals in greenhouse gas reduction and zero waste. And so in December, we will be bringing you a prioritized list of policies and programs that will get us to your goals that you established. And that's where the hard work has been placed this year, and also a lot of community outreach and outreach to the other departments that will help us implement these policies and programs once City Council makes a final determination on the ACES recommendations. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the very talented Aaron Hewen, who is the chair of ACES, and he will introduce our other ACES members and start the presentation. Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Tammy. I'd like to start by introducing the new ACES committee that was appointed by council earlier this year. And we have 3 members in attendance. I'm happy to let the 3 of you come up and introduce yourself, or I'm happy to introduce. Okay. So first of all, we have Bob Pearson. He's a returning member of ACES. He was one of the initial appointees. He's been a resident of Broomfield for 4 years. Semi-retired environmental engineer doing power line analysis for a Virginia wind farm currently. He's got a utility industry background, regional air quality studies, water quality control commission member for 9 years, and he was also on the comprehensive plan update committee. So that's Bob. In attendance, we also have Taylor Riemann. She has a sustainability degree. She's passionate about climate justice. She did a study abroad to Hong Kong to work on urban waste. And her job is assistant to the Boulder City Council. Also in attendance is Lois Vanderkoy. She's a psychologist with a law degree, moved to Broomfield in 1997 and worked on the original Environmental Stewardship Comprehensive Plan and on the Oil and Gas Committee. The other members of ACES who are not in attendance tonight, Casey Martin is a returning member. She's the chair of the Transportation Subcommittee and is a water resources engineer with CDM Smith. Darla Ahrens, our first ACES chair and chair of the Zero Waste Committee. She's the division manager for Boulder County Resource Conservation. Brianna Hallinan is the vice chair, and she is also the founder of Sustainable Broomfield. Other new members include Brandon Mock. He's an energy and electric utility industry veteran of 12 years. He works for Ascend Analytics. Max Kolbita is a Broomfield high school student and born and raised in Broomfield and is very passionate about recycling and is a member of our Zero Waste Committee. Tony Rieker is the former sustainability manager in Lafayette, has started his PhD, and he also serves on the Zero Waste Subcommittee. Ryan Hart moved to Broomfield 6 years ago. He's a grad student at CU in oceanic science and a postdoctoral researcher. And I'm Aaron Hume. I'm also a returning member of ACES and recently elected as our chair. I'm the managing director of Crestview Energy. Worked at developing and originating wind farms and solar projects throughout the country for the last decade. So that is the new members of ACES. I just wanted to give you a high level overview. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is just a high level overview of the agenda of what we're going to be talking about tonight. I'm going to try to keep this pretty quick, leave time for questions. Basically, I want to provide an update on what we've done, what we're currently working on, and Camille's going to help provide a view of the timeline moving forward. Next slide, please. So this slide is regarding our zero waste plan, and it looks at both what our goals are as well as what we've accomplished so far. Shortly after ACES was formed, Council approved a study for our waste diversion as well as our GHG emissions with the University of Colorado at Denver. You can see the results of that study show that we were only diverting approximately 12% of our waste in that study that you approved us to do. In February of 2020, Council passed, and thank you, our zero waste goals, which we are very appreciative of, as that is laying the groundwork for the rest of our work. You can see those goals on the left. They are 50% waste diversion by 2025, 100% waste diversion by 2035. You also approved a retrack ordinance, which allows us to better track our waste diversion. And through that ordinance, we now have our first results, and our waste diversion is now actually up to 23%. So we are 11% closer to our goal of 50% diversion 4 years from now than we were when we were founded. So that's excellent progress, and I want to thank Council for both passing the goals as well as these studies and the retrack ordinance. In December of 2020, we also received a $90,000 grant from Colorado Department of Health and Environment to engage Zero Waste Associates to develop our zero waste plan, which is currently in progress. Next slide, please. Here you can see the results of the same study with University of Colorado at Denver, except for this is on our GHG side. And you can see that transportation, commercial and industrial buildings, and residential buildings are the largest contributors of GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, from that study. You can also see the goals that Council passed last September. Both the full city and county of Broomfield, so that is the community-wide goals and the municipal goals, which only pertain to the municipal buildings and municipal transportation. And I want to reiterate my appreciation for passing those goals in September. Next slide, please. So, we are in the process of developing a plan on how to achieve these goals. And we will have that plan to you later this year. But we are also making progress in the interim. There is low-hanging fruit that is, either incredibly cost-effective or, cost neutral or even potentially revenue positive that we can begin to work on even before we have the full plan in place. And so I want to talk to you about two of those things that have happened so far this year. This slide talks about a recent purchase of green energy, primarily locally sourced wind energy from United Power that now powers 100% of Broomfield's streetlights in the United Power territory. We only paid 70 cents for these renewable energy credits for all of these projects to be 70 cents per megawatt hour for all of these projects or all of these streetlights to be powered by renewable energy. That's incredibly cheap. Andrew worked very hard on this, got us an incredible deal on this renewable energy, and that has actually progressed us 14% more towards our 2025 municipal GHG goal. Next slide, please. I'd also like to thank council for approving our energy performance contracting with the Colorado Energy Office, and we went through a rigorous process on this. We received 8 bids. We selected 3 finalists. Members of ACES as well as staff interviewed 3 separate companies on multiple occasions, and we selected our final choice is McKinstry. I think everybody agrees they were by far the best choice for this work. There's currently a contract that has been agreed to and should be executed shortly, and there will be a kickoff meeting. The concept of this, and I spoke to you before about the energy performance contracting. The concept here is that these will be revenue neutral ways of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions through, fleet electrification, street lighting, on-site renewables, off-site renewables, wastewater efficiency, energy and water efficiency. All of that are opportunities where we can effectively pay for the upgrades through the energy savings. So that's the concept here. And I just want to thank you all for approving that as well. Again, there will be a kickoff meeting with McKinstry shortly. Next slide, please. And I will turn the next slide over to Camille Paulin to discuss sort of our timing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Tammy and Andrew, and thank you, council, for having us here this evening. We really appreciate your time and your effort and your support of sustainability thus far. I think my very presence here speaks to your commitment to sustainability as the first community sustainability manager. It's an exciting position to be in. So I'm going to talk about the timeline and where we are with our planning. This is a picture of 2021 and where we've been and the work that we have been doing and that we plan to do. As you know, we've been working very hard with ACES to identify GHG reduction actions and potential policies and programs, as well as zero waste policies and programs. So we're looking particularly at energy, transportation, and zero waste. So as we looked at essentially the universe of potential actions, those are known actions that happen in municipalities around the world. We went through the phase with the new ACES to start developing our plan with detailed policy and program recommendations, prioritizing which actions we think should be implemented first in Broomfield based on GHG impact, potential costs, and timelines. So during those deliberations, we started to develop the frameworks of the impact analyses that Tammy referred to, and that's going to allow us to present to you detailed descriptions of those programs and policies later in the year. We also launched into an extensive community outreach process, which I'll talk about in more detail in the next slide. But the idea is to take the feedback from the community and hear about what they want to know, what they would like to see in the sustainability plan, what's important to them. So feeding those, that feedback back into our plans and processes. We will then go the later part of the year, do some further calculations, analysis, research, and develop the finalized list of proposals and projections for a presentation to council by the end of the year. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we are in the phase right now in the phase of community outreach. So we've done extensive outreach in the community with digital outreach, thanks to our fantastic communications department and their support. We've also hosted online webinars. We had several last month. We have one coming up this week. There are some in-person community listening sessions scheduled for August. And so we really looked at our stakeholder list and determined, how can we reach out to the largest number of community members from diverse backgrounds, different areas of the community in the nonprofit sector, HOAs, apartments, etc. Invite them in, and then we are also going to be going out to the community, working with nonprofits to reach their clients, especially with some of the organizations like Energy Outreach Colorado, Broomfield Fish, etc. So, so it's really an important part of our process as we invite the community to tell us what they want to see and what's important to them. Next slide, please. As we're building our strategy and list of recommendations, we know that diversity, equity, inclusion, and access is a very important part of the program and policy recommendations. It's going to be critical that we're designing policies and programs that serve all Broomfield residents. So with that in mind, we have been working with Colorado Communities for Climate Action to develop a set of a framework that will help us to examine our policies and programs to determine, are we meeting people where they are? Are we serving their needs? Are we finding and reaching the underserved populations? Are we ensuring that, that they're involved in the implementation process as well? So to that end, there are a series of equity assessment questions that we developed with Colorado Communities for Climate Action, which are now essentially available to any Colorado community that is designing these programs. So, for example, who is impacted by the policy or the action positively and negatively? How can we ensure that the underserved populations benefit from the action? How can we use this action to meet the needs of the community? How can we engage and empower underserved populations? And how does this action foster relationship building? And so this is really important to us in our planning process, and we know it's important to you and to the community as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Camille. Andrew Valdez, Broomfield staff. Not the guy who works in oil and gas. It's a different guy. All right, next.
This is the fun guy.
So to bring things home this evening, I want to briefly cover what's going into these plans and what council can expect once we have something, final products ready to present. So each recommended action, policy, or program will have been extensively analyzed by staff, by our great interns, by our consultants, and the ACES committee.
And we're using this standardized template, the impact analysis, to flesh these out and be able to compare these recommendations to each other for the purpose of prioritizing our efforts. So the impact analyses have quantitative and qualitative metrics associated with them. So think return on environment, return on investment, as well as information on how the action will impact the goal area, the community, and other factors that we think are relevant, like equity, external collaborative opportunities, potential costs, obviously, alignment with existing policies, job creation, health, city leadership, things like that. So what you see on the screen here would be the graphic summary and full list of these impact analyses. So we have our three main goal areas here, right? We have zero waste, transportation, energy, and with some example policies and programs up here. Then we intend to include all the back-end data in the impact analyses in an appendix to the actual documents. So for the folks who want to do a deep dive, they can look under the hood and find all of the analysis, research kind of in the back end. Next slide, please. So the recommendation section will end up looking something sort of like this graphic here, similar to the previous one. However, the policies will be scored against each other based off the factors we have collectively deemed important, right? So like I mentioned, equity, return on investment, return on environment, things like that. And clearly in an environment of limited resources, we want to get the biggest impact for our efforts. So we'll be recommending the highest value policies and projects in the near term with less impactful projects for potential consideration in later years. So just to put a finer point on it, this is not a blank check to pursue sustainability efforts, just sort of in a scattershot approach. As each policy proposal will have its associated impact analyses presented to council for deliberation, again, with priority for the highest impact projects being brought forward in the near term. So that's my pitch for 2021 being our year of strategic planning. And as Aaron mentioned, that hasn't stopped us from pursuing our goals in the interim. So that concludes the presentation from staff. ACES would welcome your questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, not oil and gas staff. That's hilarious. Thank you guys so much. Did you want us to go ahead and start with did you have more wrap up?
I would like to hear your questions, but this is my first time presenting before people in like a year and a half. And so I inevitably forgot a thank you that I just wanted to pass along. We do have 4 interns from the Colorado Masters Department on their Masters of the Environment program. And I want to thank them, Caroline Hamlin, Janelle Gibbons, Lucy, Erin Cloud, and Hannah Miller. And I left them out, and I just wanted to give them a thank you.
Awesome. Why, thank you guys. We're gonna, wow, I'm just so excited to run away. Let's go to council member comments. Anybody? Oh, council member Cohen.
First of all, thank you very much on a very, I value brevity and conciseness, and that was a very well done presentation and all your graphic presentation and all words, etc. I did have a quick question. I'm just curious, basically, because you did start during COVID. Does that change your planning and your assessment in terms of, did it move us backward, or did it move us closer? And the effects that we're going to see from COVID, presumably more people working from home, perhaps less driving, perhaps more transit, etc.
Sure, I'm happy to address the question. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. We are fortunate, for sometimes find ourselves fortunate, deem ourselves fortunate to live in the Zoom land, right? So we have the ability to continue our ACES operations and meetings and deliberations through Zoom. This is actually the first time I'm meeting some of our ACES members, which is a fantastic opportunity. So yes, ACES is able to continue and has been able to continue the planning process, which is fantastic. Now, when it comes to the implementation, we have very high expectations for how the programs and policies are going to be able to be implemented starting in 2022. And remember, some of these are very long horizon implementations. So we're looking at 2025 and beyond because we have a goal of 2050. But as you mentioned, some of the changes that COVID has wrought will really have an impact on the way we inhabit our commercial structures as well as the way we commute to work. We have also, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, during our community outreach, we have been speaking with some of the largest institutions in Broomfield as well. Some of the Oracles, Bales, et cetera, Crocs, to hear about what their experience is living in the post-COVID world and whether that means people will be coming back and what that means for commuting patterns. So, I think as a region, we are still grappling with those issues, especially with commercial buildings and transportation. And so we will have the ability to drive a lot of our residential programs forward because people are at home. And then we are going to be working very closely with some of the large entities as well as the Economic Vitality Department to look at how best to serve the commercial businesses. Does that address your question? Okay.
Is that all, Councilman?
I would also just like to add that the study that I referenced in terms of GHG emissions was taken pre-COVID. So that huge transportation chunk of the pie may have changed considerably since then in terms of how much fewer transportation Broomfield residents engage in.
Thank you, Mr. Hume. Councilmember Groom.
Certainly, I'm very excited for the update. Thank you. Great presentation and thumbs up to where we're going. It's going to be an exciting year to get those metrics and our plan and our strategic way to move forward. So some of my comments might be, the first one might be for Mrs. Poland. In regards to a lot of the public comments, I know I've had some people not associated with this, but come to my door and say, do you want clean water on Colorado River? Or I've also been to booths and they've said, how do you feel about greenhouse gas? Well, pretty much everybody in society says, yes, we want clean water, we want clean air. But how are the questions posed? So we're actually kind of understanding our residents in regards to, I hate to say it, like budget trade-offs or lifestyle trade-offs. And it's not just yes, I want clean water.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Who doesn't want clean water and clean air, right? So what we've done is we've developed a process where we start by segmenting the questions based on energy, transportation, and zero waste. And of course, our zero waste consultants have been helping us with that quite a bit. And so we began in June talking about what are their barriers. So, what are the things that are preventing you from, for example, getting an electric vehicle? What are the things that are preventing you from improving the efficiency of your home? What, if you were provided with trusted contractors, access to financing and information, would you be more likely to install solar panels on your home? So understanding some of the barriers, that helps us to design programs and policies appropriately, and work with the recommendations from our ACEs to then go out to the community again and provide a list of potential solutions to those barriers we identified. And then we asked them in the second round, starting in July and August, here are some solutions to these sustainability challenges. Which solutions do you think we should implement first?
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. That really helps me formulate how the public is being presented and how we're receiving the data that you guys got. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, and if I might say, we do plan on presenting the results of those surveys, of course, as part of the report. And we also are including open-ended questions like, what would you like to see in energy? What solutions, have we not thought of that you would like to see?
Perfect, thank you. And then I agree with the greenhouse gas reductions I would like to see. I think COVID, unfortunately, but fortunately helped our transportation greenhouse gas go down. And I really want to see how and if we can capture that wave. There's how we can go out to the community and talk to the businesses right now to see how we can cooperate with them and what does it look like. Unfortunately, after every disaster, we do change our life. And I mean, look at 9/11 and our airport security, right? And a lot of things. So did this prove that we can change the way we work? And I know for a while I've been saying, in order to answer some of our transportation issues, not just air quality, we need to change the way we work. We can't expand our roads anymore. We can't continue adding roads. It's got to be how we change how we work. And COVID really showed that we can. There is an opportunity, and I don't think working from home is the answer, but maybe working more regionally and looking at what are some of the major employers and saying, can we build a region of, if there is a campus, and I won't say the name of the company, way down south that has 10,000 employees, maybe we can build a campus up north or in this segment where 2,000 or 3,000 can work here. And that significantly reduces transportation, in the region and even in Colorado. So looking at those things and making sure that we're capturing that on that transportation greenhouse gas side. So I preach that to kind of everybody I talk to because I think we should capture that wave. And then just a quick ask on the ROI, the little piggy bank. How are you guys going to calculate that? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, so part of the impact analysis is, I'll give you an example. If we're looking at fleet electrification, so if we want all of the municipally owned vehicles to be electric by X date, we know that those vehicles are going to have to be replaced anyway, right? And so what is the differential between the electric vehicles and the internal combustion vehicles? And then what is the differential between purchasing gas for the life of that vehicle versus electricity? And so that's just one example of how deep the analyses will be on each particular program or policy proposed. And of course, with the energy performance contract, it's going to be very detailed, looking at energy use in the buildings, including streetlights and the whole municipal operations, and making sure that it is revenue neutral.
So will there be any kind of metric or factor other than the little piggy bank?
Yes.
That we'll see that's common. So car electrification is a 2 and streetlights is a 3, and that will mean something to us.
Yes, so as Andrew mentioned, the impact analyses will have detail on each individual program or policy. So right now we've got about 70 we're working on for you. So that's something where it will be part of the appendix, where someone can go and read them in detail, but then we'll also collate the financial data together. And I should also mention that we are in a really incredible moment right now as a municipality, because there's about to be a lot of money coming from infrastructure from DC. So we know that a lot of that money is going for electric vehicles, energy efficiency, and we know that there's going to be a lot coming that will help to support and accelerate our plans, as well as state money. So.
I'd also like to just add to what Camille said in terms of the ROI calculations and even the ROE calculations that I know you're a fan of. I mean, the way I would like to see this presented, that I think is pretty straightforward, is the same way when I help my aunt evaluate solar on a rooftop. I give it to her 2 different ways. This is the amount of money you spend up front. This is the annual % return you get on that investment, or this is the number of years it takes to pay back your investment. Those are two pretty simple metrics that I'd like to see incorporated that I don't think would be too difficult. And the other one from the GHG perspective is, how many dollars per ton of carbon avoided, or carbon equivalent of greenhouse gases are we paying for this specific initiative? So those are and I think that may help answer your question from a different perspective of the types of metrics that I would like to see.
That's great. Yeah, and the last one's that ROE that I like. Thank you. And I just have one more comment. I know, just for the record, I only had a couple questions, but the last one is I want to say that your interns that you mentioned, I did run into one of them at one of the booths. So kudos to her. I spent a lot of time talking to her. Very knowledgeable. She did talk about a land usage mapping and calculations and doing that for Broomfield. And I didn't see that in the map or in the presentation. So I was very excited about it, and her and I geeked out about it. So I would love to see it if it's going to be done this year. And hopefully, and you can follow up later. But I was thinking I'd see it at least mentioned tonight.
Does she have red hair? Or was she it was probably the regarding the site placement for EV charging stations. Is that right?
No, it was about making sure, like how much parkland we have and open space, and how much land is associated with cattails and swamplands and water versus how many buildings we have.
Yes, so the detailed maps with densities and site placements, that's going to be in the impact analyses that we present to you. So we are doing research on the specific impacts and the specific policy design and program design proposals for each one. I did also want to mention the last thing you said, Councilmember Grimm, was about transportation. Just allude to a couple of things really quickly. First of all, I want to thank the Transportation Department. They have been a fantastic aid and support to everything that we're doing here. We can't do this without them. I also want to mention we are looking at transit-oriented development, as you are. So we've seen this evening, that's of course a huge lever that we can use for our GHG reduction. And then one of the other things you alluded to, which is telework policy, which does have the ability to impact transportation GHGs. And so I know that's something that a lot of organizations are adopting.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure to work with the committee and its members, and they freely share their expertise and passion for sustainability, and that's a great asset to Broomfield. We really have the benefit also of the interface with other departments, I think. So Tammy alluded to that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that too. I mean, we have Public Works show up to our meeting, we have planning show up to our meetings, we have open space, I think, show up to our meetings sometimes too. So that the connection, reaching out between departments, supporting the sustainability effort, I think has been a great benefit to ACES efforts too. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Thanks. This is my comment.
If I may, just real quickly for Councilmember Lim on the cooperation and consolidation of all of these plans. In fact, Anna, we were just able to hire an urban designer, which has been a gap for Broomfield for, well, forever. It's a very different skill set that we haven't had before. So part of the conversation that we had today is we move through to implement each one of these initiatives. So more than individual departments attending the ACES staff meetings, it's really building that intricate network on the backbone so that all things are seen through that lens, similar to an equity lens. All things are seen through that sustainability lens. So it's not kind of a checking the box, if particularly for Anna's department in planning, but really having a deep dive on those B Corps. Who do we actually seek, and who really wants to come here as a magnet because we have those structures in place. So thank you, Councilmember Lim, for reminding me to say that comprehensive piece is really critical as we move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaft?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the ACES committee for your work, for being here tonight. It's great to see all of you in person. Thank you to staff for your continued Herculean efforts to continue to move some of these major projects and major initiatives forward. So thank you. One of the questions, I'm glad to see that there is a robust community engagement process that is unfolding here. One of the things that jumped out at me was the number 2 under there, which was develop trust and buy-in among key stakeholders. And I'm curious, who is involved in that key stakeholders? Is that some of our businesses in our community? What does that list look like?
Sure. So we, speaking of other departments, we reached out to many other departments, the planning, housing, HHS, public works, DEIA, public health, to help us develop a stakeholder list. And so we looked at who in the community we should be talking to, who in the housing sector, who in the transportation field, who in the faith community, nonprofit community, the HOAs. And so we started from asking people that work for the city county of Broomfield, who are their networks and who do they think that we should be speaking with. And so that helped us develop our list of stakeholders. So that's where we began to do that outreach. And so through that outreach, meeting one-on-one, especially with some of the large businesses and hearing about some of their sustainability wins and challenges. I have to tell you that when we meet with hospitals and some of these large companies here, that they're just so excited to get a call from me. They're so happy to hear that Broomfield is moving forward with sustainability. And some of them are doing fantastic things in sustainability, and some of them need some help and would love to partner with some of the larger entities. So we're building those networks. We're talking to people about how we can be supporting their goals and how our sustainability planning can fit into what they're thinking about for their organization's future. So those are some of the conversations that we're having. And then I mentioned also with Energy Outreach Colorado, Energy Resource Center, Broomfield Fish, Precious Child, making sure that we can start to understand the needs of their clients and the people that they're serving in the community. And so those are, that's how we're sort of building those relationships with the stakeholders.
Thank you. That's very exciting. I can only imagine the excitement to say, we're excited to connect with you, but also to hear about some of those different ideas that are going on, maybe outside of their business or their entity, to possible ways in which they can improve, expand some of their goals as well. So I'm excited to hear that. Regarding the transportation, I heard today that our transportation is starting to get back to pre-pandemic levels. Traffic congestion is increasing, commute times are increasing. We're seeing less of the morning gridlock and the evening gridlock, and it's becoming more steady throughout the day. So I don't know if that means that there's more flexible hours and people are working through, but we're starting to see that. And at the same point, we're seeing ridership, especially with RTD, continuing to stay very low. And I'm curious, I was curious to hear that our GHG emissions from transportation still have decreased. And I'm wondering, are those just going to continue to go up because we aren't seeing that ridership on RTD?
Yeah, I did not, I hope I didn't suggest we had another study to see how much they had decreased. I just was trying to answer Councilmember Cohen's question about how the pandemic has influenced things. And I was pointing out that the initial study was done pre-COVID. I would have assumed personally that our transportation related GHGs would have decreased during the pandemic. We haven't actually studied that.
Okay, all right, well, I'll be happy to see what those results do look like. But I think that one of those ways that we can see that those GHGs are going to reduce is when more people are in one vehicle traveling down the road as opposed to one per vehicle. So hopefully we do see that ridership back up there, and knowing that there are mitigation factors within mass transit as well as mass transit, or other transportation mechanisms like airplanes have been proven to show that it's safe and effective. So hopefully we'll continue to build that confidence.
Yes, and we're aligning our strategies with the Dr. Cog regional strategies, and we're also aligning our strategies with the statewide EV strategy. These things we are not doing in isolation. We want to make sure that we are coordinating with regional and statewide bodies to support and supplement our plans.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. My first question is, what is embodied energy? How did you define? It was on the chart with the ROI and the piggy banks. I think it was on, or was it the graph? What is embodied energy?
So if you're building a building, if you're building a road, there are, even though it's not producing greenhouse gases in its life cycle, it takes greenhouse gases to actually construct the thing in the first place. So when you're talking about embodied energy, there's a good conversation we had about adaptive reuse and extending the useful life of facilities and assets and things like that. So you're not just tearing down a building, you're also essentially releasing all of this embodied energy that it took to build the thing in the first place, and its associated greenhouse gas footprint.
So is that for the things that are manufactured in Broomfield, or is that for our buildings, or what, all of the above?
It would probably apply to everything. Can you put that slide up? Because I don't actually remember.
That was a new term for me, from what we've always talked about. Where's the pie chart? Yeah, of the blue. We'll talk about that more later.
Yeah, I don't really have to get back to you on that.
I
So
found it interesting that there's 9% of embodied energy. Okay.
let me follow up.
Yeah, that would be great, thank you. Okay, so now my real questions I actually had were, so thinking back to the energy performance contracting, we've already worked on the Christine Berg and others with the Colorado Energy Office, that was over a year ago, and we're getting so close. And so I'm just curious, like an update on the timeline for when, get the name of the company that's doing the McKinstry, and what are the next steps? Like, when will we start to see that? I know you want to go for the low hanging fruit first, and then after you do the things that just make logical sense, like, what is that process?
Yeah, so the right now, the contract, I believe, has been agreed to and just not fully executed. There should be a kickoff meeting next month, and then they will start an audit, I believe, later this year of all of the municipal buildings that we're studying, and come back to us with results by 4-month process. I should have let Andrew answer the question. The other, in terms of embodied energy, that's a term I hadn't heard before either. One thing I would point out is something like concrete would have a substantial GHG footprint every time you build a building. The manufacturing of the concrete is a huge GHG emitter. So that's something that would contribute, and I would imagine falls under that embodied energy category, even though I hadn't heard the term either.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure this is a question, it's more of a comment that more for Camille and this whole entire team. What I have found fascinating is how, as Broomfield's moving forward, the state is also moving forward, and the connection with CC4CA, I think we're all, understand the value of that, and there's other connections, and just how we proceed as we go forward to make sure that we are coordinating Broomfield efforts with the state efforts. I don't have anything to add, but that is more of a statement, I think.
Well, I think it's an accurate statement, yes. But you hit the nail on the head. In my, daily, weekly meetings, I'm constantly talking to Colorado Energy Office, my peers in, Boulder, Fort Collins, Golden, Eagle County, Vail, Aspen, everywhere all over the state. And we're talking about strategies that they're implementing, policies, community outreach goals and strategies. So, I'm taking advantage of the benefit of having access to so many peers that are pulling in the same direction. And so that means that Broomfield is really going to be moving in the same direction as all of these other communities. And as you mentioned, we are all supporting the Colorado state goals as well. So as I said before, it is perfectly well timed. We are in an excellent position right now to just advance all of these goals in concert with our neighbors across the Front Range and throughout the state.
Thank you. And then I also think you answered my next question already, that you are coordinating with the other, you said peers, but other staff and sustainability departments. I know there's more communities considering this, and we'll probably just keep sending them your way as we hear about them, because Commerce City, I think, is right now considering. They had something made me think that they might want to start to coordinate as well. So we'll just I guess we just keep sending them your way.
Right, and the other exciting thing about Broomfield advancing sustainability at this moment in time is, we are not the first. So that means we have the opportunity to learn from others. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're taking tools that other communities have tried and adapting to our needs. And so other communities that come behind us can look to us for example.
Thank you. And then this is such a difficult area because we are approving developments and moving forward, and we're making these steps where we now have charging infrastructure, and we're working on, maybe some solar hookups, or, I feel like we're moving forward faster sometimes than we are able to catch up with. Ideally the ACES group would be weighing in so much more heavily on some of these projects, but I don't know, as we're trying to get the better understanding of how are we going to meet these goals, we don't want to be too late to the development process. And I don't know what that looks like, but I know there's starting to be more and more movement there, and I don't know if you can speak to that as well, like, what the
Absolutely.
goal is there.
I don't have to tell any of you that Broomfield's growing, right? The developers are coming, right? And so how are we going to tell them what to build, right? And so we've already approved projects that are going to start building in 2022, 2023, et cetera. So how can we start thinking about the projects that are going to be approved next year or the year after that? So we have levers, right? And so one of the levers that we're talking about with the community is programs. Right, and programs we can design and support and staff and fund, and they will have impact, but the greatest impact what we'll have is with policies, right? And then when we have policies that will be able to impact the way new housing is being built in Broomfield, that's where we're really going to have the most impact. So that's something that we are looking at. That's something that we've been speaking with the planning department about. We want to make sure that we have the appropriate stakeholders to have that conversation. But we know that the sooner we can get those recommendations to you, the sooner you will be able to act and ensure that it's policy driven.
And thank you, I greatly appreciate that. And then I just want to say I look forward to that in-depth digital impact analysis report. I'll probably read the appendices, so I'm looking forward to that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Jazerski.
Thank you, Mayor. So according to my trusted source, Wikipedia, embodied energy is the sum of all energy required to produce any goods or services. So there. I have no questions though. I just want to let you guys know that I do fully support everything that you're doing, and definitely looking forward to the next set of recommendations that were mentioned. And as you just discussed, being able to then implement those on a practical level. So I was, and I always am totally blown away by the credentials and experience of this group. It's just an amazing number of well-educated and experienced folks, and I think we're grateful and thankful to have them in our community and on this committee. And I think, and I said this before, I really think this group has the potential to be really the most impactful and game-changing committee that we have in Broomfield. So looking forward to your continued recommendations and hopefully making these things real.
I couldn't agree more, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm curious, because when you talked about the embodied energy, I thought about the conversation we had just a couple of weeks ago about the library expansion and whether or not we would want to, scrap it, tear it down and rebuild, as opposed to trying to preserve just a 20-year-old building. So is that kind of what it would, I think most of us probably should keep the building and add on to it because of the embodied energy. My only other question.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
I just want to say, so I lived in New Orleans for 15 years, and there are many, many historic buildings. There's often a perceived conflict between green building and historic preservation. However, it is really true that the greenest building is one that's already built.
All right, I'm from New Orleans. And you're right. My only question, and this is just fabulous progress, and I'm so grateful to you guys, and it's so nice to meet you in person finally, some of you. Has anything been researched on the old single hauler trash conundrum?
I do not participate in the zero waste meetings, so I'm gonna turn that over to a member of staff.
I just get questions every now and then from people.
Yeah, so this was something we approached with a little bit of trepidation on the staff side, because we did a little bit of research, speaking with some peer communities about their experience going through it, or about a certain one that comes to mind. So through our consultants and through our outreach engagement process, we've broached the subject very openly with the haulers, with businesses, with nonprofits, with just individuals who, are sick of seeing so many trash trucks on their street every day. And surprisingly enough, the feedback that we've gotten has been positive in the direction of either a districting scheme, where we would bid out certain districts of the city and county, or to go straight single hauler. So, without previewing too much this evening, that would be one of the 4 kind of pillars of the zero waste plan that we'll be bringing forward very soon.
Well, that's excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? Well, I thank you guys so much for staying up with us and bringing forth the good news and the great progress. That does conclude our agenda items. Thank you so much for the update. And there being no further business, this study session is adjourned. Thanks, y'all.